Live from the Nebraska State Fair, this is a special presentation from the Nebraska Rural Radio Association. This live broadcast is brought to you by Homestead Bank, with locations in Cozad, Lexington, St. Paul, Wolbach, Schuyler, Albion, and Howells. Enjoy this show, and for additional coverage from the fair, visit ruralradio.com.
Good morning and welcome to the 2020 Nebraska State Fair Beef Showmanship Contest. We're excited to have 281 youth who have entered the 4-H Beef Showmanship Contest this year. The contest is divided into two divisions, and we will begin with our senior division. Exhibitors in this division are 14 to 18 years old as of January 1st, 2020. Following our senior divisions, we will go into our intermediate classes. We do have 10 classes of senior exhibitors this year. This is Class 1 Beef Showmanship. Senior Beef Showmanship, we do have 15 exhibitors in this class. Again, we do have 10 classes of Senior Beef Showmanship to be followed by 10 classes of Intermediate Beef Showmanship. If you would like to see a program, please download the Nebraska State Fair app on your cell phone, and you can have a program right in the palm of your hand. Again, you are watching the first class of our Senior Beef Showmanship competition. Showmanship judging is based on the preparation of the animals for show, their apparent training, and the appearance and behavior of the showman. Primarily in showmanship, it is the skill of the showman in presenting the animal before the judge and the individual excellence of the animal. Beef showmanship includes market and breeding animals.
Well, good morning, guys. I'm really excited to be here and get to work with your kids. And I think we start out on a great fashion here in your senior showmanship. And I told the ladies before we started this that I was only going to try and keep, 2 or 3 kids back in each one of these heats. And we're already 4 deep. And I think that that's a testament to how talented these kids are out here. And again, there's kids that are standing along the side of the ring over here on the rail that I thought did a tremendous job. It's just that deep in terms of the quality of showmen out here. I'm really excited to get further into it. These 4 young individuals over here are going to make it back to the final round. Let's give them a big round of applause as they all exit the ring.
And results of your first class of senior beef showmanship. Receiving blue ribbons today, Caleb Peterson from Polk County, Sydney Holes from Johnson County, Jessica Wilkinson from Scottsbluff County, Owen Stahlbaumer from Custer County, Donald Rohr from Frontier County, Greta Lindberg from Burke County, and Sage Brabeck from Buffalo County. Receiving purple ribbons and returning to the final drive, Sydney Allard from Cheyenne County, Megan Amos from Lincoln County, Dax Bemmer from Wayne County, and Kaylee Moeller from Hall County. Entering the ring now, we have our second class of senior beef showmanship today. We have 15 exhibitors in this class. Again, this is our second of 10 senior beef showmanship classes today.
Again, another really good group of showmen, maybe just a few less in this group. I thought these two young men over here did a tremendous job in terms of coming out here and getting those animals shown to the best of that animal's ability. And I think that that's the important thing to remember out here in showmanship. It's not about you. It's about showing your animal to the best of that animal's ability. And I thought those two young men did a tremendous job of walking those females into their feet. They always look very, very highly presented, always look spot on, and they have some intensity out here in terms of their style and presentation from a showmanship standpoint. Let's congratulate all these kids. Congratulations, young men, for making it back to the finals.
And results of our Senior Beef Showmanship Class 2 receiving blue ribbons today: Mia Olson from the Hall County 4-H program, Emily Miller, Cheyenne County 4-H, Nicholas Rohr, Frontier County, Hanson Presley, Burt County, Callie Carmen, Buffalo County, Cerise Jansen, Adams County. And receiving purple ribbons today and returning for the final drive, Ty Peterson from Dodge County and Darrington Krebs from Sheridan County.
I'm going to ask these three young people that I pulled over here to the rail to come back for the final round. Again, just tremendous showmen in terms of walking those animals into their feet every single time. And I guess that for me, that's really, really big in showmanship, because I think that that shows that you've spent time with that animal at home. You've taken that animal out of the barn every day. You've practiced with them. You've spent time teaching that animal to do exactly what they're supposed to do when they come out here in the show ring. They have some intensity about them. They have some seriousness about them. Again, I thought they did a tremendous job. Several showmen out here on the other side that, again, did awesome. Maybe had a couple of animals that just didn't want to cooperate with you guys quite as well today, but you did an awesome job. Let's congratulate these kids.
And results of your third class of senior beef showmanship. Receiving blue ribbons today: Jacqueline Kim from the Wayne County 4-H program, Michaela Samuelson, Adams County 4-H, Clay Bohr, Phelps County 4-H, Delynn Day, Sherman County 4-H, Heath Kaiser, Dawson County 4-H, Jacob O'Day, Red Willow County 4-H, and Casey Detlefs, Buffalo County 4-H. And Gunnar Wolf from the Colfax County 4-H program receives a blue ribbon. Receiving purple ribbons and returning for the final drive, or the first semifinal round: Sarah Filmalee from Hall County 4-H, Jade Paxton, Lincoln County 4-H, and Ben Spencer from the Buffalo County 4-H program. We will be running 2 semifinal rounds following all of the 10 classes today. If you exhibit in classes 1 through 5, you will come back for the first semifinal round. Classes 6 through 10 will come back for our second semifinal round, to be followed by the selection of the overall champion senior beef showman. Currently in the ring, we are on class 4 of 10 in our senior beef showmanship today for our 4-H beef showmanship competition.
This is a really tough heat of showmen, and I'm going to ask these three young ladies to come back for the final round. And again, I think that there's some really, really talented kids out here, and a couple of you guys, especially the young lady fighting with this Charolais steer or Smoky calf walking around right now. I can tell you guys know exactly what you're doing. I can tell you guys have really spent time. You just don't have the animal that's wanting to cooperate with you today, and that's part of showmanship, and that's unfortunate. But again, a really, really deep set of kids. I'm going to ask these three young ladies to come back for the final round or semifinals. Give all of them a big round of applause.
And we will be having 2 semifinal rounds at the conclusion of our 10th class of senior beef showmanship today. If you exhibited in classes 1 through 5, you will come back in our first semifinal round. Exhibitors chosen in classes 6 through 10 will come back in the second semifinal round, and then we will have the selection of our overall grand champion, senior beef showman. And results of your 4th class of senior beef showmanship. Receiving blue ribbons today: Abigail Gorecki from the Buffalo County 4-H program, Matea Roberts, Lincoln County 4-H, Kinley Eckhoff, Hamilton County, Kylie Kemp, Wayne County, Caden Weichert from Arthur County, Tatum Schroeder from Gage County, Noah Summers from Buffalo County, Cole Albert, Cass County. And receiving purple ribbons and returning to compete in the semifinal drive, from Dodge County, Isabella Ruda. From Dawson County, Helene Kaiser. And from Saline County, Carly Rains. Again, we'd like to welcome you to our senior beef showmanship classes at the Nebraska State Fair. In beef showmanship, all beef are shown blow and go. A blow and go show includes animals that may be clipped, blown, brushed, or combed to enhance their appearance. Preparation and grooming of an animal should be done primarily by the State Fair exhibitor. However, assistance may be provided by other State Fair or FFA exhibitors, immediate family members, or another person acting in a mentoring or teaching capacity. The intent of this policy is to promote and foster positive youth development and a high-quality learning experience, which are core values of 4-H and FFA. All animals are being shown free of any adhesives, glues, paints, or powder products to adhere to the blow and go guidelines. Would like to take a minute to thank all of the help today that are making this show possible. At ring check-in, we have Rhonda Herrick, Extension Educator in Kearney and Franklin counties. Jamie Ankrum, Extension Assistant in Richardson County. Our blow and go checker today is Tyler Wolken, Nebraska Extension Assistant in Jefferson County. For ribbons today, Maria Walker, who is a 4-H and Youth Development Coordinator in the Eastern Nebraska Research and Extension Center. The arena steward is Brianna Boozman, Extension Educator, Nebraska 4-H and UNL Animal Science. And helping in the ring today is the UNL judging team from Lincoln, Nebraska. And our computer entry today is being done by Stacy Keys, Extension Assistant in Thurston County.
Another really good group of kids, and I thought these three young ladies were standouts from the minute they walked into the ring. Poise in terms of the way that they held themselves, confidence, and coming out here and getting those cattle set up again to the best of that animal's ability. I thought they did a tremendous job. A really good group of kids. Give them a nice hand.
And results of our senior beef showmanship, our 5th class of senior beef showmanship, receiving blue ribbons today. Nathan Gorecki from the Buffalo County 4-H program, Andrew Nelson, Douglas Sarpy County 4-H, Christian Weber, Saline County 4-H, Schuyler Summers, Buffalo County 4-H, Dustin and Drayson, Boone County 4-H, Emma Peterson, Dawson County 4-H, and Jaylee Halstead, Cumming County 4-H. Receiving purple ribbons and coming back to compete in our first semifinal round, Ashlyn Robinson, Lincoln County 4-H, Courtney Brockman, Cass County 4-H, and Jessalyn Hudson from Thayer County 4-H. Again, we will be having 2 semifinal rounds following Class 5. Exhibitors in classes 1 through 5 will compete in the first semifinal round. Exhibitors in classes 6 through 10 will compete in the second semifinal round. Again, we'd like to welcome you to the 2020 Nebraska State Fair Beef Showmanship Contest. We are currently in our 6th class out of 10 of our senior beef showmanship, and we'd like to welcome our judge today. Our judge today is Ashley Judge of Loveland, Colorado. Originally from California, Ashley grew up raising and showing shorthorn and Angus cattle on a national scale. A member of the national champion livestock judging team at Redlands Community College and the reserve national champion judging team at Oklahoma State University, Ashley was also named as the 2014 High Individual at the Nail in Louisville, Kentucky. She served as the assistant coach at OSU for 3 years while finishing her bachelor's and pursuing a master's in ag communications, in which time she helped to coach the 2017 national champion team and her sister, Jessie, also being named High Individual at Nail. Ashley now lives in Loveland, Colorado, where she helps to run a Simmental and English operation, Beatty Livestock, while owning her own marketing business, 805 Media Management. Let's give Ashley a warm Nebraska welcome. A group of cattle out here that maybe don't want to be quite as cooperative for these young people, but I thought these 3 young individuals that I pulled over here to the rail handled it extremely well. Even though their animals maybe just weren't acting the best out here, they handled it with a lot of confidence, a lot of poise, and still managed to get those animals set up the way they needed to be. Let's congratulate all of these kids, a good group of 3 to make it back to the semifinals. And receiving blue ribbons today in our 6th class of senior beef showmanship, from Hamilton County, Sarah Mead. Mason Gerdes from Saunders County. Gage Sheedelwitz from Dawson County. Travis Jensen from Pierce County. Gracie Wagner from Buffalo County, and Christine Froderman from Cass County, receiving purple ribbons and returning to compete in the second round of our semifinal drive today. From Lincoln County, Briley Robinson. From Thayer County, Tara Lee Hudson. And from Cumming County, Jack Ritter. We'd like to welcome our 7th class of senior beef showmanship exhibitors into the ring. We do have 15 individuals signed up in this class. Again, our senior beef showmen are range in age from 14 to 18 as of January 1st, 2020. Another really good group of kids, and I'm going to ask these two young ladies to come back for the final round. For me, I guess out here, the difference between them and a couple of other young individuals out here is just how smooth they are. They scratch those animals slow, smooth, poised. All of their movements are slow, smooth, and poised. They don't rush to anything. They know exactly what those animals need. I thought they both did a tremendous job. Again, several of you guys did a really nice job out here as well, but I thought those two just killed it out here. Let's congratulate these kids as they exit the ring. And receiving blue ribbons today in our Senior Beef Showmanship Class 7, Andrew Cohn from the Burke County 4-H program, Spencer Walahoski, Dawson County 4-H, Catherine Monty, Gosper County, Reese Jones, Buffalo County, Evie Schlichtburn, Cumming County, and Lacey Schmidt from Thayer County. Receiving purple ribbons and returning to compete in the second heat of our semifinal drive today, J.C. Schomburg from Pierce County and Sophie Korytowski from Cass County. Semifinal Heat 1, which would be the purples from classes 1 through 5. First call, semifinal Heat 1, classes 1 through 5. Do you have those names yet? Now entering the ring, we have our 8th class of Senior Beef Showmanship today. Again, our senior exhibitors are between the ages of 14 and 18 years old as of January 1st, 2020. And showmanship is judged on the preparation of the animal and the talent of the exhibitor. There are both heifers and steers in this class. All animals in showmanship will be using the blow and go rule, meaning they will be free from any adhesives. Their hair may be clipped, blown, and brushed, or combed to enhance their appearance. We are excited to showcase the talents of our Nebraska 4-H members at a live livestock show in 2020. In the time of COVID, we do want to make a few reminders, though, to help keep everyone in our communities safe. The State Fair highly recommends that all attendees wear facial coverings for the consideration of others. If you do not have a facial covering, you can pick one up at any entrance gate. Temperature checks. If you start to feel feverish, you may have a temperature check at any first aid station. If you do not feel good, do not come to the fair. Hand washing stations. There are over 100 hand washing or sanitizing stations throughout the Fauner Park campus, and many here in Five Point Bank Arena. Please make sure to wash and disinfect your hands. And social distancing. Fair attendees, this is your friendly reminder that 6 feet is the recommended guideline for healthy distancing, separation between groups or strangers. Think in terms of keeping livestock links between you and other attendees. 6 feet equals 1 cow, possibly 2 pigs. 6 feet equals 6 chickens if they're in a row, or you could picture 12 corn dogs end to end, and that is about 6 feet. We thank you all for doing everything you can to keep our families and communities safe.
Another really deep set of kids and a couple of these animals again out here that maybe just don't want to cooperate quite as well for these kids, and that's unfortunate, part of the game every time that you come out here and in the ring. Even still, I thought these 3 young individuals handled that the best out here. They maybe just those animals, especially that young lady that I pulled first, she kind of wanted to freak out on her just a little bit, and she didn't let it bother her one bit, and she handled it extremely, extremely well. I thought all 3 of them did just a tremendous job out here. Let's give all of these kids a nice hand as they exit the ring.
Because we need to know 6 feet. We need to know. True. We need to think about this. But yeah, as you're saying, better not be wrong. That's right. And receiving blue ribbons today in your Class 8 Senior Beef Showmanship, Carson Markle from Boone County, Jordan Settles, Saunders County, Luke Lambert, Cass County, Zach Anderson, Platte County, Grant Johnson, Lancaster County, and Annalise Starr from Lincoln County. And receiving purple ribbons and returning to compete in the second semifinal drive following Class 10. From Dawson County, J.C. Wolfinger. From Valley County, Bailey Setlick. And from Greeley County, Gavin Dozler. Currently in the ring, we have our Senior Beef Showmanship Class 9. We do have 10 classes of Senior Beef Showmanship today. We'll follow our 10th class with our first semifinal heat. Our purple ribbon winners from classes 1 through 5 will return. Following that, we will have our purple ribbon winners in our second semifinal heat from classes 6 through 10 back to the ring. And then we will choose our selection of our top 3 senior showmen following our semifinal drives. As we move closer to the semifinals, we'd like to think about our awards today and recognize our award sponsors. The Senior Beef Showmanship sponsor is Production Animal Consultation and the Nebraska 4-H Foundation. This includes medals for each of the top 3 showmen in each division. Don Peterson Auctioneers is also sponsors a first place plaque to the intermediate and senior showmanship winners. The Tyler Bennett family of Beamer, Nebraska also sponsors a showmanship plaque and duffel bag to the top senior showman in memory of Tyler, who was killed in a vehicle accident during his freshman year of college. Tyler, a former 4-H member, was the recipient of the 2011 Senior Showmanship Award.
A really, really deep set of kids out here. And again, you know, some of these animals maybe just don't want to cooperate quite as well for these young people. And that's part of the game, and that's part of the dice that you roll every time that you come out here. I thought these 3 young individuals just did a tremendous job of working with their animals, getting them set up and fighting through any adversity, whether it was their animals moving around or other animals moving around out here. Let's give all these kids a nice round of applause as they exit the ring. Congratulations to you three.
And results of our Senior Beef Showmanship, Class 9, receiving blue ribbons today from McPherson County, Jackson Starr, Peyton Pribble from Fillmore County, Addison Grodelution from Platte County, Cody Miracle from Boone County, Michaela Settles from Saunders County, Reagan Ross, Custer County, Madison Borg from Dixon County, Anna Carnop from Burke County, Riley Setlick from Valley County, and Tad Kovarik from Valley County. Receiving purple ribbons and returning for the second round of semifinals, Jaylee Pope from Buffalo County, Jeremiah Lubin from Cass County, and Tucker Stagmeyer from Holt County. We now have our final class of Senior Beef Showmen entering the ring today. This is our Senior Beef Showmanship Class 10. Following this class, we will have our first of two semifinal classes. Our first semifinal class will feature our purple ribbon winners from classes 1 through 5, while our second semifinal round will feature purple ribbon winners from classes 6 through 10.
Out here in this out here in this last and final heat of senior showmanship, again, a really deep set of kids, a lot of talent out here. I'm going to ask these three young ladies again to come back for the final round, just in terms of coming out here and getting their job done efficiently and the quickest out of everybody out here. I thought that they just killed it in that fashion. Again, a really, really good group of kids. Let's give all of them a nice round of applause.
And results from Class 10 Senior Beef Showmanship. Receiving blue ribbons today, Jency Starr, McPherson County. Taven Uden, Franklin County. Ty Ostendorf, Howard County. Caitlin Fearson, Dixon County. Amber Stab, Valley County. Garrett Lindberg, Burt County. Trinity Jones, Platte County. Hallie Cochran, Scottsbluff County. Ty Ostendorf, Howard County. And Matthew Fleur, Seward County. Receiving purple ribbons today and returning to compete in the second semifinal round. From Lancaster County, Allison Walbrecht. From Custer County, Abby Stahlbaumer. And from Chase County, Ansley Morande. We'd like to welcome back to the ring our first semifinal heat. These exhibitors are our purple ribbon winners from classes 1 through 5 today. Again, this is our senior beef showmanship class for the Nebraska State Fair 4-H competition. Seniors in beef showmanship are between the ages of 14 and 18 years old as of January 1st, 2020. These are our elite showmen from classes 1 through 5 receiving purple ribbons. Again, showmanship is judged on the skill and talent of the exhibitor, not necessarily the conformation of the animal. You will see heifers and steers competing together in this class as we look at the hard work and dedication of the exhibitors. We have 15 exhibitors in our first semifinal round. Again, these are the purple ribbon winners from classes 1 through 5 in our senior beef showmanship. Exhibitors include Sydney Allard from Cheyenne County, Megan Amos, Lincoln County, Dax Bemmer, Wayne County, Kaylee Muller, Hall County, Ty Peterson from Dodge County, Darrington Krebs from Sheridan County, Sarah Filmley from Hall County, Jade Paxton from Lincoln County, Ben Spencer from Buffalo County, Isabella Ruda from Dodge County, Helene Kaiser from Dawson County, Carly Rains from Saline County, Ashlyn Robinson from Lincoln County, Courtney Brockman from Cass County, and Jesselyn Hudson from Thayer County. Exhibitors selected from the first semifinal round will compete for our overall top senior showman following the selection of exhibitors from the second semifinal round.
I can promise you that trying to decide which of these kids to go ahead and pull and ask back to the final round is no easy chore. I thought all of these kids just did a tremendous job, and it's so hard to be out here and explain to you just in terms of showmanship, exactly what I'm looking for, because I think every single one of these kids is probably just a little bit different in terms of their showmanship style. Some of them have animals that are wanting to cooperate with them. Others are having to work through just a little bit of adversity out here. And I thought all of them did a tremendous, tremendous job. And that goes for every single one of you that it's not even making it back to the final round. I told myself I was only going to pull 5 or 6, and I think I ended up pulling 7. So that's how deep and that's how good these kids are. Give them all a nice round of applause. I'm excited to get you 7 back out for the finals.
Exhibitors returning from our first round of semifinals, exhibitors that will be returning for the final drive include Megan Amos from Lincoln County, Ty Peterson from Dodge County, Ben Spencer, Buffalo County, Isabella Ruda, Dodge County, Helene Kaiser from Dawson County, Carly Rains from Saline County, and Courtney Brockman from Cass County. Congratulations. Following our second semifinal class, we will have our selection of our own overall senior beef showman. We will then follow with our intermediate beef showmanship classes. We do have 10 classes in intermediate beef showmanship as well today. In the ring now is our second semifinal heat of our senior beef showmanship classes. We'd like to welcome these exhibitors back to the ring. These are your purple ribbon winners from classes 6 through 10 today of our 4-H senior beef showmanship classes. Exhibitors in our second heat of senior beef showmanship semifinals today include Briley Robinson from Lincoln County, Tara Lee Hudson, Thayer County, Jack Ritter, Cumming County, J.C. Schomburg from Pierce County, Sophie Koitowski from Cass County, J.C. Wolfinger from Dawson County, Bailey Setlick, Valley County, Gavin Dosler from Greeley County, Jaylee Pop, Buffalo County, Jeremiah Lubin, Cass County, Tucker Stegmeyer, Holt County. Allison Walbrecht, Lancaster County. Abby Stahlbaumer from Custer County. And Ansley Moronde from Chase County.
another tremendously talented group of kids out here. And again, I'm going to ask these 7 to come back for the final round. It's so tough out here, guys, just in terms of, little tiny things that are sorting these kids. And like I said in the last round, some of them have animals that are wanting to work perfect for them. Others have animals that maybe don't want to cooperate quite as well, and that's all part of it. And how you handle that and handle that adversity is part of showmanship as well. I thought all of you guys did a tremendous job, even you guys that aren't making it back to the finals. Give all these kids a huge round of applause.
Entering the ring now, we have our exhibitors selected from our first and second classes of semifinals. These are purple ribbon winners from all of our 10 classes today. We will be competing for our overall senior showman. The top 3 showmanship winners today will be provided with medals. The Senior Beef Showmanship sponsor is Production Animal Consultation and the Nebraska 4-H Foundation. Medals are included for each of the top 3 showmen in each division, senior and intermediate, which will be following the selection of our top showman today. Don Peterson Auctioneers is also sponsors a first place plaque to the intermediate and senior top showmanship winners. Our top senior showmanship winner will also receive an award sponsored by the Tyler Bennett family of Beamer, Nebraska. The Tyler Bennett family sponsors a plaque and duffel bag to the top senior showman in memory of Tyler, who was killed in a vehicle accident during his freshman year in college. Tyler, a former 4-H member, was the recipient of the 2011 Senior Showmanship Award. We would like to congratulate all exhibitors currently in the ring. This is our final drive for our 4-H Senior Beef Showmanship 2020 for the Nebraska State Fair. Again, 4-H Senior Beef Showmen range in age from 14 to 18 as of January 1st, 2020. These exhibitors have received purple ribbons in each of their individual classes and then were selected in one of our 2 semifinal classes to return to this, our final drive for our overall Senior Beef Showman today. Exhibitors in the ring: Megan Amos, Lincoln County; Ty Peterson, Dodge County; Ben Spencer, Buffalo County; Isabella Ruda, Dodge County; Helene Kaiser, Dawson County; Carly Rains, Saline County; Courtney Brockman, Cass County; Tara Lee Hudson, Thayer County; J.C. Schomburg, Pierce County; Sophie Kroitowski, Cass County; J.C. Wolfinger, Dawson County; Tucker Stagmeyer, Holt County; Allison Walbrecht, Lancaster County; and Ansley Morande from Chase County.
Let's give all of these kids a tremendous round of applause. I'll be the first to tell anyone, and I probably say this on the mic too much, but I hate judging showmanship. I hate it because it's so hard. It's so hard to come out here and tell you that this showman or this showman or this showman is any better than any one of these other showmen. Because I think on any given day, you could probably place these kids a million different ways with a different judge every single time because they're all that good. And sometimes it just comes down to animals not wanting to work with you. Sometimes it just comes down to me, and I'm probably a little bit different when I judge showmanship. I don't mind if you circle your animal a couple of times. I don't mind if you do a couple of things that maybe put that animal to where they need to be. Because in my opinion, showmanship is not about showing yourself off. It's about showing that animal to make that animal look the best it can. And so, there's times where a couple of you guys maybe didn't take those couple of circles, but maybe you needed to get that animal to be where they needed to be. Or you needed to loin them, or just little tiny things that are separating you. And again, a lot of times showmanship, it comes down to, is your animal willing to work with you as long as you need it to? And a couple of these kids, especially down here in 6 and 7 and 8, those animals just kind of gave up on them a little bit. And that's nothing to take away from you guys. It's just part of the game and what happens out here. These top 5 showmen, I think, are absolutely incredible, and probably for different reasons. And I'm going to go ahead and place these top 5 for you and kind of tell you why I place them that way. Young lady that's spinning the heifer around right now, she's going to be 5th today. Go ahead and pull your heifer and give her a round of applause. That young lady has had to handle that heifer trying to get away from her about 4 or 5 times out here. But you would never know it. She comes out here and she still gets that heifer stuck, even though that heifer does not want to cooperate with her. She never gave up. She never got frustrated. She maintained her poise, her confidence this entire time. And to me, that's important. And I thought you did a tremendous job. Young lady here at the back is going to be 4th today. Go ahead and give her a round of applause. Just so consistent. You can tell that she's worked with that heifer so much at home. She just handles herself with so much poise and confidence out here and is just so consistent. You know, a couple of times that heifer maybe just wanted to get up underneath herself a little bit. A couple of times she needed a bigger split. That's the only reason you're standing in 4th today. That's how good all of these kids are out here. These top 3 showmen are absolutely incredible in my opinion, and it's hard when you're out here and you're judging showmanship because sometimes it's hard to explain. There's just kids that come out here and hit you in terms of their style, their presence, what they do out here in showmanship. And I guess what it comes down to is that when I judge showmanship, I think to myself, if I had to send a kid into the ring with one that I raised, which one would I want to send into the ring? And I thought all 3 of these kids are to that level of showmanship. Young man, you're going to be 3rd today. Give him a huge round of applause. If I had to take a guess, he's probably one of the younger people out here in this group, but you're just so awesome in everything you do and so consistent and so intense in terms of the way you show that female. You do an incredible job. These top 2 young ladies, it's tiny hairs that are going to separate you today. Like I said, for me, it's coming down to which one from the minute that she hit the ring until the very end here just had my attention the entire time. Young lady circling is going to be 2nd. Young lady right here is going to be 1st. Congratulations.
We would like the top 3 medal winners to report to the backdrop with their show sticks only after you put your animals away for pictures, please. Top 3 medal winners with just your show sticks. please, when you put your animals away. Congratulations to all exhibitors. I will announce results as soon as I have them. Again, we'd like to thank Ashley Judge for doing a fantastic job evaluating our senior showmanship classes today. We look forward to having her continue on with our intermediate classes and our breeding beef classes following. We'd also like to thank all of our help behind the scenes today. Again, I will announce results as soon as they are available. In ring check-in, Rhonda Herrick, Extension Educator in Kearney and Franklin counties. Jamie Ankrum is Extension Assistant in Richardson counties. Our blow and go checker today, Tyler Wolken, an Extension Assistant from Jefferson County. Ribbons today are being handed out by Maria Walker, 4-H and Youth Development Coordinator, Eastern Nebraska Research and Extension Center. Our arena steward is Brianna Bussman, Extension Professor, Nebraska 4-H and UNL Animal Science. And our ring help is the UNL Livestock Judging Team from Lincoln, Nebraska. And computer entry, sitting to my right, Stacy Keys, Extension Assistant in Thurston County. And results of your top 5 placings in your senior beef showmanship competition. Our top 3 placings do receive medals, but our top 5 placings today: in 5th place, J.C. Wolfinger from Dawson County. 4th place, Ansley Morande from Chase County. 3rd place, Ty Peterson from Dodge County. 2nd place goes to Courtney Brockman from Cass County. And your top senior beef showman at the 2020 Nebraska State Fair goes to J.C. Schaumburg from Pierce County. Congratulations. Again, our senior beef showmanship sponsors today are Production Animal Consultation and the Nebraska 4-H Foundation. Medals were provided for each of the top 3 showmen in each division. Don Peterson Auctioneers also sponsors a first place plaque to the intermediate and senior beef showmanship winners. Our senior beef showmanship winner also receives an award sponsored by the Tyler Bennett family of Beamer, Nebraska. The family sponsors a plaque and duffel bag to the top senior showman in memory of Tyler, who was killed in a vehicle accident during his freshman year in college. Tyler was a former 4-H member and was the recipient of the 2011 Senior Showmanship Award. And we are moving right along into our intermediate beef showmanship classes. We do have 10 classes in intermediate beef showmanship. If you're just joining us today, please note that if you download the Nebraska 4-H State Fair app to your phone, you can have a program right in the palm of your hand on your cell phone. Programs have not been printed this year, but they are available online and on the Nebraska 4-H State Fair app. We do have 10 classes of intermediate beef showmanship today. And this is our first class of intermediate showmanship. Exhibitors in this class, to be an intermediate showing at the Nebraska State Fair, you have to be between 10 to 13 years of age as of January 1st, 2020. Our youngest showmen at the Nebraska State Fair are 10 years of age, so you will see many intermediates in their first year of competition at the Nebraska State Fair. Just as with our senior showmanship classes, intermediate showmanship is based on the skill and talent of the exhibitor, the hard work and dedication they put in behind the scenes. All animals shown in beef showmanship at the Nebraska State Fair must adhere to our 4-H blow and go guidelines. They will be shown free of any adhesives, glues, paints, or powder products. They may be clipped, blown, and brushed, or comb to enhance their natural appearance.
It's a really nice way to start out your junior showmanship or your intermediate showmanship out here. Three young men I'm going to ask back for the final round that I think come out here with some intensity, some confidence, and do a really nice job of setting those heifers up. Let's congratulate these kids as they exit the ring.
And results of our first class of intermediate beef showmanship today. Receiving blue ribbons, Kylie Ayers from Adams County. Cody Jedlicka from Colfax County. Chloe Smith from Wheeler County. Julia Wolf, Saunders County. Tanner Hansen, Dixon County. Kyra Ray, Merritt County. Ashley Melcher, Holt County. And Aubrey Jensen from Pierce County. Receiving purple ribbons and returning to our first round of semifinals, Brayston Hawkswell from Red Willow County. Baker Bemmer from Wayne County. And Dylan Wendell from Gosper County. We'll now move into our second class of intermediate beef showmanship. We have 14 exhibitors signed up for this class. Again, intermediate showmen range in age from 10 to 13 as of January 1st, 2020. And are actively enrolled in the 4-H program in whatever county they live in.
another really good group of kids out here. And again, similar to what I talked about in senior showmanship and back out here in your juniors and your intermediates, these three young men that I'm going to ask to come back just do a really good job of coming out here and walking those animals into their feet and doing the least amount of work possible to get that animal looking the way that it needs to look. And I thought they did a tremendous job all the way down the line. There were several kids that I thought did really, really good out here. So let's give them all a nice round of applause.
And receiving blue ribbons today in our second class of intermediate beef showmanship, Cammie Rader from Morrill County, Olivia Hansen, Dixon County, Cade Brockmuller from Cass County, Maddox Jones from Buffalo County, Brielle Wolf, Colfax County, Connor Cochran, Scottsbluff County, Darren Dosler, Greeley County, and purple ribbon winners and returning to compete in the first semifinal round, A.J. Pospical, Holt County, Kane DeLater, Arthur County, and Jackson Wright, Wheeler County. Currently in the ring, we have our third class of intermediate beef showmanship. There are 14 exhibitors in this class. We do have 10 classes of intermediate beef showmanship today, and we will have 2 semifinal rounds following the 10th class of intermediate beef showmanship.
a really, really good group of kids out here, and I'm going to ask these 4 individuals to come back for the semifinals. Again, just so much talent out here in terms of these kids being able to come out here and get these animals set up. Some of you guys that are going to stand over here on this side, we're so close to making it here to this final cut. I thought these 4 young ladies did a tremendous job from start to finish. Let's congratulate all these kids.
And results of our 3rd class of intermediate beef showmanship. Receiving blue ribbons today, Addie Mowinkle, Hall County 4-H. Jaylee Haggerty, Howard County. Lily Ferson, Dixon County. Kian Morris, Saline County. Charlie Koitowski, Cass County. Cody Andresen, Boone County. Justine Wilkinson, Scottsbluff County. Weston Stemick, Pierce County. And receiving purple ribbons, Garrett Scholes, Phelps County. And receiving purple ribbons and returning to compete in the first heat of our semifinals, Justine Pop, Buffalo County. Kira Bremer, Nance County. Clara Johnson, Lancaster County. And Josie Ritter, Cumming County. We do have our 4th showmanship class for our intermediate beef showmanship program in the ring today. There are 11 exhibitors in this class. We do have 10 classes of intermediate beef showmanship, followed by 2 semifinal heats before we select our overall intermediate beef showman.
I'm going to ask these three young individuals to come back for the final or the semifinal round. Again, just in terms of getting those animals out here and getting them set up very quickly and efficiently with some poise. I thought they did a tremendous job of that. There's a couple of young individuals over here on this side that I thought in terms of ring presence, confidence, did a really nice job. Maybe just didn't have animals that wanted to cooperate with them today, but still a really good group of kids. Let's give them a round of applause.
Results of the Intermediate Beef Showmanship, Class 4, receiving blue ribbons: Adeline Cisco from Pawnee County, Kaylin Riesland, Buffalo County, Zephyr Mowinkle, Hall County, Jacob Weber, Saline County, Clara Rasmussen, Howard County, Molly Lambert, Cass County, Wyatt Stimmick, Pierce County, and Josie Johnson, Lancaster County. Purple ribbon winners and returning for the first round of the semifinals: Daniel Young from Scottsbluff County, Cade Stratman, Cumming County, and Emerson Peterson from Dodge County. Entering the ring now, we have our fifth class of Intermediate Beef Showmanship. This puts us halfway through our Intermediate Beef Showmanship classes today. We do have 10 classes total. We have 13 exhibitors registered for our fifth class of Intermediate Beef Showmanship. Please keep in mind that all purple ribbon winners in classes 1 through 5 will return to compete in our first round of semifinals following our 10th class of Intermediate Beef Showmanship.
Another really strong group of kids out here, and I'm going to ask these four to come back, especially the young man here with the orange heifer. I'm going to venture to say you've got a parent or a dad back there that said, don't you let go of that one or else I'm going to kick your butt, because I got a dad that would have done that too. So you held on a lot longer than I would have, buddy. I thought you did a tremendous job, and you still got that one shown awesome. All four of you young individuals did an incredible job. Let's give them a nice hand.
Receiving blue ribbons in your Intermediate Beef Showmanship Class 5, Catherine Neighbor from Seward County, Ashley Robertson from Perkins County, Clay White, Pierce County, Meredith Ruda, Dodge County, TJ Mueller, Lancaster County, Addison Grant, Saunders County, Shia Rasmussen, Howard County, Taylon Wagner, Buffalo County, Kagan Wittoon, Custer County. And receiving purple ribbons, returning to the first round of our semifinals, Garrett Schultz, Phelps County, Keisha Alber, Webster County, Ella Miller, Cass County, and Nicholas Grotecki, Boone County. Entering the ring, we have our sixth class of Intermediate Beef Showmanship. We do have 13 exhibitors in this class. Again, this is Class 6 out of 10 classes of Intermediate Beef Showmanship. Purple ribbon winners in Classes 6 through 10 will come back for the second round of our semifinals. Semifinals round 2, following Class 10.
Just a little more excitement out here. This young man's blue roan heifer maybe just doesn't want to work great with him today, but another really, really good group of kids out here. And again, I'm going to ask these three young individuals to come back for the semifinal round. Again, just working with your animals, getting them set up in a manner that's very, very poised and efficient. So let's give all these kids a nice round of applause as they exit the ring.
Results of our intermediate beef showmanship, Class 6, receiving blue ribbons today. Casey Olson from Hall County. Katrina Markle, Boone County. Conrad Kaminsky, Sherman County. Dayton Billiter, Phelps County. Nolan Platt, Cass County. Trevin Rasmussen, Howard County. And Colton McNeil from Webster County. Receiving purple ribbons and returning to the semifinal drive, Corey Kirsten from Douglas Sarpy County, Kelsey Amos, Lincoln County, and Donovan Fogarty, Dakota County. Fogarty. And we will direct your attention back into the ring for our 7th class of intermediate beef showmanship. We do have 13 exhibitors signed up for this class. Again, exhibitors in intermediate showmanship are between the ages of 10 and 13 as of January 1st. They are all active in their 4-H programs within their counties and have signed up in a beef project.
Again, some very talented kids out here, and these three young people are going to come back for the semifinal round. Just really, really good in terms of working with their animals, getting them out here, getting them set up. Again, not to beat a dead horse, but similar things to what I've talked about on the mic already today. Give all of these kids a huge round of applause as they exit the ring.
Results of Class 7 Intermediate Beef Showmanship. Receiving blue ribbons today from Polk County, Braylon Peterson. Mackenzie Vanderwall from Fillmore County. Riley Hermelbrock from Dakota County. Jed Nelson, Cedar County. Fallon Elfelt from Lincoln County. Abigail Rasmussen, Hall County. Cade Grant, Saunders County. And receiving purple ribbons and returning for the second round of semifinals, Karina Smyrda, Howard County. Cooper Lindstrom, Phelps County. And Anna Mead from Webster County. We now have our 8th class of intermediate beef showmen entering the ring. There are 13 exhibitors in the class. Showmanship judging is based on the preparation of the animals for their show, their apparent training, and the appearance and behavior of the showman. Primarily in showmanship, it is the skill of the showman in presenting the animal before the judge and the individual excellence of the animal. We do have 10 classes of intermediate beef showmanship today. Following our 10th class of showmanship, we will have 2 semifinal rounds before selecting our overall intermediate beef showman for the Nebraska State Fair.
a couple of animals that maybe don't want to work with some of these kids today, but still, I think these 3 young people over here that I have pulled to the rail are very, very deserving of making it back here to the final round. Again, just really, really good in terms of the way they come out here, present themselves, and present their animals. So let's congratulate these kids.
Receiving blue ribbons today in our 8th class of intermediate beef showmanship, Cameron Vaughn, Phelps County 4-H, Blair Sandley, Polk County, McKenna Helrick, Saunders County, Aslan Jensen, Hamilton County, and Reagan Widholm, Howard County. Receiving purple ribbons today, Coy Robinson, Lincoln County, Ava Stewart, Cedar County, and Rylan Shettlewitz, Dawson County. We now have our 9th class of intermediate beef showmanship contestants entering the ring. We do have 10 classes of intermediate beef showmanship today. Following class number 10, we will have the first of 2 semifinal rounds. Exhibitors advancing from our semifinal rounds will compete for our overall selection of our top intermediate beef showman for the Nebraska State Fair.
really good group of kids out here, and again, just in terms of consistency and coming out here and getting their job done, I thought all three of these young people did a tremendous job of that. Let's congratulate them and the others in the ring as they head out, and congratulations to you three for making it back to semifinals.
Results of our Intermediate Beef Showmanship Class 9 receiving blue ribbons today: Keely Vaughn, Phelps County 4-H; Maya Sandley, Polk County 4-H; Callie Stewart, Cedar County 4-H; Parker Walahoski, Dawson County; Garrett Clausen, Burt County; Logan Schmidt, Thayer County; and Asa Starr, Lincoln County. Receiving purple ribbons today: Brianna Bosshammer from the Buffalo County 4-H program; Jackson Snell, Webster County 4-H; and Ben Clement, Saunders County 4-H program. We are now moving into our final class of Intermediate Beef Showmanship today. This is Class 10 Intermediate Beef Showmanship. Following Class 10, we will have 2 semifinal drives, bringing back our purple ribbon winners from classes 1 through 5 in our first semifinal and classes 6 through 10 in the second semifinal. There are 14 exhibitors today in our 10th class of Intermediate Beef Showmanship.
Out here for the last round of our heats. Again, another really good group of kids. A couple of heifers and animals out here that maybe just don't want to behave like they need to today. But again, these kids handled it extremely well. Came out here with a ton of ring presence and did a tremendous job. I'm going to ask these 4 young individuals to come back for the semifinals. Let's congratulate these kids.
And results of our 10th class of intermediate beef showmanship today, receiving blue ribbons. Parker Freehoff from the Wheeler County 4-H program, Taylin Stanley, Polk County, Callie Olson, Knox County, Eli Monty, Gosford County, Blake Hansen, Dixon County, Caden Holan, Pierce County, and Jada Wood from Hitchcock County. Receiving purple ribbons and returning for our second round of semifinals, Jamie Getline from the Chase County 4-H program, Gracie Clausen, Burt County, Madden Brabeck from Buffalo County, and Cole Bruce from Howard County. We've now finished our 10 intermediate beef showmanship classes, and we will move into our 2 semifinal rounds. Purple ribbons for classes 1 through 5 will exhibit in our first class of semifinals, followed by our purple ribbon winners from classes 6 through 10 in our second semifinal heat. We will select overall intermediate showmen. The top 3 showmen will receive medals. The sponsors for the Intermediate Beef Showmanship Awards are the Nebraska 4-H Foundation and Farm Credit Services of America. Medals are included for each of the top 3 showmen in the intermediate division. Don Peterson Auctioneers also sponsors a first place plaque to the top intermediate showmanship winner. Following our intermediate beef showmanship contest today, we will be starting our breeding beef competition at 2 o'clock here in Five Points Bank Arena. Currently in the ring, we are welcoming back our purple ribbon winners from classes 1 through 5 of our intermediate beef showmanship contest today. This is our first of 2 semifinal heats to pick our overall intermediate showman for the Nebraska 4-H State Fair. We have 17 exhibitors in our first heat today. Exhibitors include Brayston Hawkswell from Red Willow County, Baker Bimmer from Wayne County, Dylan Wendell from Gosper County, A.J. Pospical from Holt County, Kane DeLater from Arthur County, Jackson Wright, Wheeler County, Justine Pop, Buffalo County, Kiera Brimmer, Nance County, Clara Johnson, Lancaster County, Josie Ritter, Cumming County, Daniel Young, Scottsbluff County, Cade Stratman, Cumming County, Emerson Peterson, Dodge County, Nicholas Grotecki, Boone County, Ella Miller, Cass County, Kaisha Alber, Webster County, and Garrett Scholes from Phelps County.
Man, this is tough. I mean, there's kids standing over here to my left right now that have done an absolute tremendous job out here. That's just how good these kids are, and it's little tiny things that are separating it. Maybe your animal's maybe not putting just the weight they need to on a foot, or maybe they're just a shot stretched, or maybe that foot needs to just have that split just a little bit bigger. That's how close it is out here. These kids are absolutely killing it and doing a tremendous job. Give all of them a huge, huge round of applause. Congratulations to you guys for making it back to the final round.
And results of our first semifinal round. Chosen to return to our final drive, Baker Bimmer from Wayne County, Jackson Wright, Wheeler County, Justine Pop, Buffalo County, Kiera Bremer, Nance County, Josie Ritter, Cumming County, Ella Miller, Cass County, Keisha Alber, Webster County, and Garrett Schultz, Phelps County. Returning to the ring, we have our second round of semifinalists. These will be our purple ribbon winners from classes 6 through 10 in our intermediate beef showmanship contest today at the Nebraska State Fair. Exhibitors in this class: Corey Kirsten, Douglas Sarpy County; Kelsey Amos, Lincoln County; Donovan Fogarty, Dakota County; Karina Samerda, Howard County; Cooper Lindstrom, Phelps County; Anna Mead, Webster County; Coy Robinson, Lincoln County; Ava Stewart, Cedar County; Rylan Sheedelwitz, Dawson County; Brianna Bosshammer, Buffalo County; Jackson Snell, Webster County; Ben Clement, Saunders County; Jamie Getline, Chase County; Gracie Clausen, Burt County; Madden Brabach, Buffalo County; and Cole Bruce, Howard County. Just a reminder, we will start our breeding beef competition following the conclusion of our intermediate showmanship drive. All breeding beef programs are now available on the Nebraska State Fair 4-H app on your phone. If you'd like to check out the programs, you can look on the app. Following this second semifinal heat, we will have our final showmanship drive to select our top intermediate showman for the 2020 Nebraska State Fair. We would like to make sure we recognize all of our help behind the scenes today. Our showmanship coordinator, Amy Top, ring check-in, Rhonda Herrick, educator in Kearney and Franklin counties, Jamie Ankrum, extension assistant in Richardson County. Our blow and go checker is Tyler Wolken, extension assistant, Jefferson County. Maria Walker, 4-H youth development coordinator, Eastern Nebraska Research and Extension Center, has been in charge of results and ribbons. Our arena steward is Brianna Bussman, extension professor, Nebraska 4-H and UNL Animal Science. And our UNL judging team from Lincoln, Nebraska has done a great job manning the ring today. They've got some feisty cattle and they've had to be on their toes a little bit. We thank them for all their help. And our computer entry today, Stacy Keys, extension assistant in Thurston County.
Again, a tremendous group of kids out here, and I'm really excited to get this group back with the other semifinal round. I think that there's some truly, truly talented showmen out here, and again, it's really personal preference in terms of some of the kids that have made it on to the next round or are going to make it on to the next round, and some of you guys that are still standing along here. You know, for me, I like that intensity, that confidence out here, that come out here and act like if you don't use me to win, I'm going to come find you after the show. That's just kind of my showman, and I think all of these kids do a tremendous job of that. All of you guys have done an awesome, awesome job. Give these kids a huge round of applause.
And we are now watching the final drive of our intermediate beef showmanship competition for the 4-H Nebraska State Fair 2020. We do have 15 competitors who've been selected as purple ribbons in their immediate classes and then made it out of their semifinal rounds to compete in our final drive. Exhibitors in the final drive today include Baker Bimmer from Wayne County, Jackson Wright, Wheeler County, Justine Pop, Buffalo County, Kiera Bremer, Nance County, Josie Ritter, Cumming County, Ella Miller, Cass County, Keisha Alber, Webster County, Garrett Schultz, Phelps County, Corey Kirsten, Douglas Sarpy County, Coy Robinson, Lincoln County, Rylan Schwedelwitz, Dawson County, Brianna Bosshammer, Buffalo County, Jackson Shell, Webster County, Jamie Getline, Chase County, and Cole Bruce, Howard County. As you know, our intermediate showmen today are between the ages of 10 to 13 years old as of January 1st. Some of these exhibitors may be in their first year of competition at the Nebraska State Fair. Sponsors for the intermediate beef showmanship program include the Nebraska 4-H Foundation and Farm Credit Services of America. Medals for each of the top 3 showmen are included with their awards. Don Peterson Auctioneers also sponsors a first place plaque for the top intermediate showman.
What another incredible group of showmen. Give these kids a big round of applause. I think it says a lot out here for some of these kids because, again, some of the kids that came out of the semifinals that, were ingrained in my brain from the very beginning, they got back out here and their animals maybe didn't want to work with them quite as well. Some of the kids that were maybe some of my very last polls in some of those semifinals have definitely worked their way back up to this top end. And these top 5, in particular the top 3, I think are absolutely incredible. Young lady here at the back is going to be 5th today. Give her a round of applause. Go ahead and pull your heifer in. She was one of my later polls, but again, she worked her way back into this even when that heifer was wanting to fight her down here in the corner. She worked her way back into the spot that she's at right now. She never gave up. She always kept going and didn't let it frustrate her, didn't let it bother her. Young man here with the Hereford heifer is going to be 4th. Go ahead and give him a round of applause, buddy. You can pull in. He's the type of showman that I like to call your silent assassin. He probably doesn't have maybe just that super flair in terms of his presentation and showmanship style, but he doesn't ever do anything wrong. How do you criticize somebody or discount somebody who has that heifer set up every single time and does all of the little things in terms of loining her and getting her to that point? I just thought he did an incredible job. These top 3 showmen are awfully good, and I think that any of you guys standing here along ringside that's been watching this just can tell the intensity of these kids. There's not a single time where you get these animals that they're showing where they don't look exactly what they need to. And again, it's little tiny things, and for me it's who from the very beginning hits you as the one that needs to go and win it. And again, little tiny things in terms of feet placement. Is everything exactly right all the time? Young lady back here is going to be 3rd today. Give her a round of applause. In terms of presentation and style and how she holds herself out here, I just love the type of showman that she is. She's so poised. She holds it all together so well. These top 2 kids are absolutely amazing, and it's fine hairs because I think that you have 2 individuals that just absolutely killed it the entire time. And like I said, showmanship is not about showing yourself off. It's about showing your animal to make the animal look the best that they possibly can. And I thought that these 2 young individuals did that to the best degree, no doubt about it. One of them's probably just a little bit more intense than the other. That's the only thing that's different. Young man, you're going to be 2nd. Young lady up at the front with the Hereford, you're going to be 1st. Congratulations.
And again, we'd like to congratulate all of our intermediate showmen that made it to the final drive. We will be announcing your top 5 intermediate showmen when the results are available at the announcer's table, but we would like to thank our sponsors. The sponsors for the Intermediate Beef Showmanship Awards are the Nebraska 4-H Foundation and Farm Credit Services of America. Each of the top 3 intermediate beef showmen will receive a medal donated by our sponsors. Our top intermediate beef showman also receives a plaque donated by Don Peterson Auctioneers. Congratulations to all of our contestants and thanks to all of their families. We will be taking just a few-minute break before we start our breeding show. Again, I will announce all of the winners by name when the results are here. And here they are. Thank you. All right, in your top 5 intermediate beef showmen today, 5th place goes to Jamie Getline from the Chase County 4-H program. 4th place, Jackson Wright, Wheeler County. 3rd place goes to Justine Pope, Buffalo County. 2nd place to Garrett Schultz from Phelps County. And 1st place goes to Kiara Bremer from Nance County. Congratulations. We will be taking about a 10-minute break before the start of our breeding beef show. So the current time is 2:16. We will take about a 10-minute break. Please come back and join us for our breeding beef show. Again, all programs can be found on the Nebraska 4-H State Fair app if you'd like to have a program and know the order of show for the breeding beef show. Good afternoon and welcome to the 2020 Nebraska State Fair 4-H Breeding Beef Show. We're excited to be here in 5 Points Bank Arena at a live breeding beef show. We know that this is the time of COVID, so we would like to remind you that if you need a mask or a facial covering as recommended by the Nebraska State Fair, you can pick up one at any gate entrance. Temperature checks are available at any first aid station, and there are hand washing and hand sanitation stations provided throughout the Nebraska State Fairgrounds and here in 5 Points Bank Arena. And of course, our social distancing reminders. 6 feet is recommended, the recommended guideline for a healthy distancing between groups or strangers. And think about it in livestock terms. Keep 1 beef animal between you and other people, possibly 2 pigs, maybe 6 chickens if they're in a row or slightly wandering, or 12 corn dogs end to end, unless they're the footlongs, would all equal about 6 feet of social distancing. So we're excited to have our breeding beef show, and we're starting today with our Maine Anjou heifers, calved March, April 2019. We do have 4 exhibitors in this class. We will follow with another class of Maine Anjou heifers before we select our champion Maine heifer. After getting through showmanship this morning, I'm excited to get to work through your guys' heifer show this afternoon, and there's an easy place to start in the young man's heifer that wins this class. You know, when she first comes out here, she kind of just didn't want to just get out here and relax, and so her spine kind of looked like she was getting a little tight, but the longer she's out here, there's no problem there. She's loose and correct in terms of the way her shoulder lays into her rib shape, stout all the way down to the ground. I love the amount of freshness that she carries. She's one that maybe at times could be a little bit more hesitant in the way she steps down off those rear two, but again, one that's very, very deserving of winning this class.
2 and 3 are close in my opinion, and the biggest difference between 2 and 3 is this heifer is just so much fresher from a condition standpoint. She's one that's longer and more extended. She's more feminine on the top side of her neck. She gets out and goes and takes a longer stride. In order to meet that heifer that wins, she needs to be more elevated through her front end and her chest and softer in through the center portion of her body and her flank. But I like the extra freshness that she's carrying over this heifer in third. The heifer in third is no doubt stout and powerful, and she's moderate in terms of her type and her kind. She's pushing a little extra condition for me today. She's wanting to get a little cresty on the top side of her neck. And for all the extras that she has up high, she comes down to the ground on a smaller set of feet and legs. And again, just in terms of freshness, I think you clean that one up a little bit. She'd be more athletic in the way she goes off those rear two. The heifer that's going to round out this group is just very, very different in terms of her type and kind. No doubt stout and rugged and burly in terms of her foot and her bone. But that one for me, for all the extra frame size and stoutness that she has, she's got to just be more maternal in terms of her center body. I'd like to bust her open in terms of her forerib, drop her down in terms of her flank, and make her more athletic in the way she goes out of that hip and hind leg. Let's congratulate those kids.
And results of our first class of breeding beef today, Maine Anjou heifers, March, April 2019, receiving red ribbons today, Clara Johnson from Lancaster County and Addison Groteleschen from Platte County. Blue ribbon to Keely Vaughn from Phelps County, and purple ribbon goes to Jackson Snell from Webster County. We now have one entry in our second class of Maine Anjou heifers. J.C. Wolfinger from Dawson County with her heifer cab November-December 2019.
A really interesting young heifer calf that comes out here. Young lady has obviously one that maybe just doesn't want to be her friend today, but she's one that I think has got a really bright future ahead of her. She's youthful, she's attractive, she's feminine. She's one that I think is correct in the angle to her shoulder. She's good enough in terms of the shape and depth to her rib. I'd like to maybe soften her up a little bit there in terms of her flank line. You get her out and you set her in motion. She wants to duck those pins ever so slightly. I'd like to maybe pick her up there a little bit, but that's being awfully critical on a really nice female. Let's give her a nice hand.
Receiving a purple ribbon in Class 2, J.C. Wolfinger from Dawson County. We will now have the purple ribbon from Class 1, Jackson Snell from Webster County, and purple ribbon Class 2, J.C. Wolfinger, return to the ring for our selection of our champion, Maine Anjou heifer, and reserve champion.
Clearly, maybe not a whole lot of numbers out here as we get into this show and into these high mains, but I think that there's a lot of quality between these two heifers, and even thinking about the heifer that was second there in that very first class, and obviously some differences just in terms of maturity and where they're at in this stage in the game, but I think that they represent quality cattle regardless. That being said, there's one of them that just puts all the pieces together so much better. Young man out of that very first class is going to be your champion. Let's congratulate him.
And congratulations to Jackson Snell from Webster County for exhibiting the champion Maine Anjou heifer.
And again, just to talk about this heifer here, one that I think with time and a little bit of feed, I think is going to be right there. She's going to be your reserve today. Let's congratulate her.
And congratulations to J.C. Wolfinger from Dawson County for exhibiting your reserve champion Maine Anjou heifer. Congratulations. Moving into our maintainer classes, we have a single entry in Class 3 maintainer heifers, calved May-June 2019, J.C. Wolfinger from Dawson County.
Just a single entry out here. Young lady brings me again, and a female that I definitely think represents quality in terms of her rib shape, in terms of the way she gets out and goes out of her shoulder, her femininity and her freshness. Puts it all together really, really well balanced from the side. You know, if you're going to be nitpicky on that one, she's carrying just a little extra condition there around that tail head. You get her out and you ask her to move. I wish she was maybe just a bit smoother in terms of the way she gets out of that hip and set down just a shot more comfortable in the way she goes out of that shoulder, but certainly a really nice female. Let's give her a round of applause as she exits the ring.
Purple ribbon goes to J.C. Wolfinger for her maintainer heifer, calved May-June 2019. We'll now have Class 4 entering the ring, maintainer heifers, March-April 2019. We have 10 entries in this class. Exhibitors in Class 4 maintainer heifers, Baker Bimmer, TJ Mueller, Colton McNeil, Cameron Vaughn, Adam Alfs, Keely Vaughn, Catherine Neighbor, Ansley Morande, Courtney Brockman, and Helene Kaiser.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are excited. We are about 5 minutes or so away from the start of our 2020 Nebraska State Fair 4-H Sheep Showmanship. We are going to be starting with Class 1 of our senior sheep showmen. Those are youth ages 14 to 18. We do not have programs this year, but you can find it on the app. So check that out. Link is through the State Fair website. You can follow along that way. But we are looking forward to having our youth have this opportunity to show, and we do sincerely thank the State Fair Board for helping to put this all together, to all our extension educators who work so hard to bring us our show over the next 2 days. So stick around. We're about 5 minutes away from the start of our sheep showmanship.
Of her rib, her stoutness, her power, all of those things. She's one that for me, when you get that one, you set her in motion. For all that stoutness and power she has up high, she comes down into a frailer foot and bone, and she doesn't get out and grab the ground athletic and smooth like she needs to off those rear two. She's one that's carrying just a shot more shoulder, and I guess for me, calling that one in April, she's awfully mature in terms of her head and her neck for this stage in the game. Young man comes out here with 1 and 3rd that I think has got just really practicality written all over her. She's one that's moderate in terms of her type and kind. She's got some rib to her. She's got some attractiveness in the way she balances from the side. She's maybe a little bit shorter necked and plainer up there through her front end. She's maybe just a touch frailer when you take her all the way down to the surface. And then when you get that one out and you ask her to move, she's one that kind of wants to swivel in the way she goes out of her hip and her hind leg, and maybe just comes up just a shot short in terms of her stride. The heifer that comes out here in 4th is another one that I really like. I think if you take a little condition off of that one, you really like her, because I think she's just getting thrown off a little bit from a balance perspective, and similar story to the heifer that just walked out of the ring. She's one that out here just doesn't put all the pieces together in terms of having some extra foot and bone. She wants to carry just a shot more chest in relation to her forerib and her flank. And again, from a condition standpoint, I'd like to clean that one up just ever so slightly. Young lady's heifer that comes out next, if you put a different skeleton instead of running gears in that one, she's awfully good. She's well balanced from the side. She's just too upright in the angle of her shoulder and too restricted in the way she goes off her rear two. Similar her story with the black and white heifer that comes out next, no doubt has some pieces you have to appreciate in terms of power and stoutness, foot and bone, but just has got to be sounder and more maternal in her look. We get down to a couple of heifers here at the bottom end that from a balance perspective fall out, and then especially when you get them out and you set them in motion, they just need to be more athletic off either end of their build. Let's congratulate those kids.
And results of our Class 4 maintainer heifers, March-April 2019, receiving red ribbons today. Colton McNeil from Webster County, Catherine Neighbor, Seward County, Cameron Vaughn, Phelps County, Keely Vaughn, Phelps County, and TJ Mueller, Lancaster County. Blue ribbons go to Helene Kaiser, Dawson County, Courtney Brockman, Cass County, Blake Bemmer, Wayne County. And second purple goes to Ansley Morande from Chase County. And your first purple goes to Adam Alfs from Fillmore County.
Out here for selection of your champion maintainer female. Nothing to take away from that young lady that comes out of that first class. I still think that there's a lot of quality there, but I think that this second class was so deep. And again, these cattle are not similar in terms of type and kind. They bring very, very different pieces to the table, but it takes all types and kinds to make this world go round. If we all like the same type and kind, what would be the point of having a cattle show or a livestock show? Shows would go the same every single time. Those are still the two highest quality animals. They'll be your champion in reserve. Let's congratulate them.
Congratulations to your champion maintainer heifer exhibited by Adam Alfs from Fillmore County. Reserve champion goes to Ansley Morande from Chase County. Congratulations.
Well, good afternoon again, everybody. I'm Susan Littlefield from KRVN and the Rural Radio Network. Excited to be back here once again with our 4-H Sheep Showmanship is how we're going to kick off the 2020 Nebraska State Fair. Our judge is Lane Hill from Broger, Texas. Lane grew up in southwest Texas where he was raised among several diversified sheep and goat
Now entering the
operations.
ring,
He attended
our
South
breeding
Plains
beef Class
College
5
and
Red
Texas
Angus
Tech
heifers
University.
calved March-April
While at Tech, he was a
2019. We
member
do
of
have
the
6 exhibitors in the
2015
class.
National Champion
Anna
Livestock
Mead, Webster
Judging
County,
Team.
Dylan
We'll hear more about
Shute,
Lane
Pierce
as the
County,
day goes
Noah
on, but
Summers,
entering the
Buffalo
ring
County,
right now.
Schuyler Summers,
This is
Buffalo
going to be
County,
your
Olivia
Class
Hansen,
1,
Dixon
Class
County,
1 of
and
Senior
Brogan Bennis, Boone
Showmanship,
County.
ages 14 to 18.
A nice place to start as we get into this Red Angus show. The young man has a female that I think puts a lot of good pieces together when you talk about balance, still being fresh and feminine in terms of her look, having some extra foot and bone underneath her as well, and still being very maternal in the center portion of her body. Just a really nice female to go ahead and win this class. Heifer that stands directly behind her is the other one that mimics her type and kind in terms of her moderation, her maternal look, her extra balance from the side. She's carrying just a shot more chest. She's not as good in the way she ties her neck into the top side of her shoulder. And then you get her out and you set her in motion. She's not built with the same extra foot and bone and stoutness all the way down to the ground as that heifer that goes ahead and wins that class. The heifer of these top three that's probably a little bit of the outlier is the young lady here in third. That one's got a lot of performance to her. She's got some mass. Sweetheart, go ahead and spin your heifer around. She's got some mass and dimension to her, and I like the way that one gets out and goes out of her hock and her rear pastern. You know, from the side, she's one that it looks like she's been pushed just a little bit too far and then try to bring her back. Sweetheart, go ahead. There we go. Try to bring her back. She's carrying just a shot more chest. She's harder in terms of her forerib and harder in terms of her flank. And it just throws her off from a balance perspective from the side. She's a little bit more open at the top side of her shoulder as well. Young man has a female that if you just left this one on the standstill, you like a lot of things about her. She's just too restricted off either end of her skeleton. She's more upright in the angle to her shoulder, and she just really doesn't get out and go the way she needs to out of that hip and hind leg, or the way I like to see them in terms of setting them down with some flexibility. We have a pair of females down here at the bottom end of the class that just need more time. They're a little bit further behind from a performance and just mass standpoint. They give up a lot of the extras in terms of balance and dimension to really go any higher in this group. Let's congratulate those kids.
And results of Class 5 Red Angus breeding beef, Heifers Calf March, April 2019. Receiving red ribbons, Schuyler Summers, Buffalo County, and Noah Summers, Buffalo County. Blue ribbon to Anna Mead, Webster County. Dylan Shute, Pierce County. And purple ribbons. Second purple to Olivia Hansen from Dixon County, and your first purple goes to Brogan Benish from Boone County. Currently in the ring, we have our sixth class of market heifers, Red Angus heifers, calved January, February 2019. 2 entries in this class, Lily Ferson and Anna Mead, Dixon County and Webster County.
I think as we get started here in our sheep show in our first class of senior showmanship, the key word for the day, for me at least, is excitement. I'm so excited to be here and feel so privileged to be able to work with the youth as we progress through showmanship and then evaluate the animals themselves tomorrow. And I feel very blessed to have the opportunity to be here. I'm so grateful that we get to do this. There's a lot of state fairs and stuff that are just not getting pulled off, and my hat's off to the Nebraska State Fair Board to keep it sanctioned and have it, because it means so much to all these exhibitors out here in the ring. I think throughout the day as we go ahead and study our showmanship, probably the big things for me that I personally look for, first and foremost, feet and leg placement, top line, the way we're controlling their animals as far as their look and their presence from the side, and body position when we come into the front of them, the way we're holding their head, the way we're bracing them. Those are a few things that I'm going ahead and looking at and making our sorts as we pull off a few individuals from each different class to come back for our finals. Let's give them a round of applause as we go ahead and sort them out this gate. Really happy to be here once again.
Two nice heifers out here that, again, are probably just a little bit different in terms of their type and their kind. The heifer I'm going to go ahead and start with today is one that I not only is just fresher in terms of her condition, but she's got more stoutness and power to her when you study her from every angle. She's one that's more busted open in terms of her rib design. She gets stouter as you get in from behind her. She's got more foot and bone underneath her. She balances extremely well from the side. The heifer that comes directly behind her is one that's really moderate and cowy, and I like a lot of things about that one. She's carrying just a little bit more in from a condition standpoint. She's frailer all the way down to the ground, and she just falls out from a balance perspective, not only from the side, but when you set that one into motion, she's maybe just a scotch too long-bodied, but I think that's still a really nice female to be standing in second. Let's go ahead and congratulate both those young ladies.
Results of Class 6 breeding beef. Second purple goes to Anna Mead from Webster County. First purple to Lily Ferson from Dixon County. Currently entering the ring, we have a single entry in Class 7 Red Angus heifers. August-December 2018, Jaylee Pope from Buffalo County.
Entering the ring now will be Class 2. Class 2 of your senior sheep showman, ages 14 to 18. Your results of Class 1. Purple ribbon winners will include Kaylee Collins from Hall County, Trevor Kirkhoff from Buffalo County, Emily Knott from Box Butte County, Megan Schroeder from Cumming County, and Abby Stolbanger
just
from
a
Custer
single
County.
entry the young
Your blue
lady
ribbon
brings out
winners
here,
will
and I
include
think
Haley
you got to
Davis
like a
from
lot
Grants
of things
County,
about this
Jacob
one,
Hegeman
especially
from Colfax
in terms
County,
of her
Morgan
balance, the
Littlefield
way
from
she
Platte
gets out
County,
and goes, so you know,
Mitchell
be
McCain
where
from
she is at
Furness
this stage
County,
in the game.
Marissa
My
Moore
one
from
major
Douglas,
criticism
Sarpy
of that
County,
one is I've got to
Jerry
peel
Sadie
some
from
of that
Madison
extra
County,
condition and fat off of
Wesley
her.
Conkey
She's
from
putting
Phelps
quite a
County,
bit down there in
and
her
Haley
chest, and
Everchek
especially
from
her up
Colfax
around her
County. Again, in the
tailhead.
ring
But I
now
do
is
think that
Class
there's a
2.
lot of good in that one if you talk about potential as a cow later on. Let's congratulate her as she exits the ring.
Receiving a purple ribbon in Class 7, Jaylee Pope, Buffalo County. We'll now bring back our first purples from Classes 5, 6, and 7 to compete for our selection of the champion Red Angus heifer. Returning from Class 5, first purple, Brogan Benish. Class 6, first purple, Lily Ferson, and Class 7, first purple, Jaylee Pope.
It's a really nice lineup of females. We get them back out here for your Red Angus drive, and I think all three of them represent well-balanced maternal females that still have some structural integrity to them. Obviously some differences just in terms of, how ready they are, and especially in terms of condition. Still, there's two of them that I think represent the best in terms of quality of cattle and what they're going to go on and do long past their success here in the show ring. Young man spinning that heifer around right now is going to be your champion. Let's go ahead and congratulate him.
Congratulations to Brogan Binish from Boone County with the champion Red Angus heifer.
As that second in class goes ahead and pulls in, I talked about her. She represents the same type and kind as that female, but I just wish she went down to the ground with more substance of foot and bone, and I think that would aid her when she gets out and goes as well. I think there's more of a discussion to be had. Still, the best quality animal, even though she's carrying just a little bit more from a condition standpoint, is the young lady's heifer out of Class 3. She's going to be your reserve. Let's congratulate her.
And congratulations to your reserve champion Red Angus heifer, exhibited by Jaylee Pope from Buffalo County. We'll now be moving into our shorthorn heifer classes. We do have 3 classes of shorthorn heifers. Currently entering the ring, we have Class 8, a single entry. Trinity Jones from Platte County, exhibiting a shorthorn heifer, calved May-June 2019.
Single entry as we kick off the Shorthorn show, a female that I think has got certainly a bright future ahead of her. Very attractive in terms of her head and her neck, and I love the angle to her shoulder. She's got some looseness to her spine. I think she's one that's good in terms of the way she's built at the ground. I'd like to change her in terms of her hip structure and how that tail head sets in her ever so slightly. And if you're being really critical, I wish she was maybe just a little bit softer in terms of the center portion of her body and her rib cage. But I think a really nice female to be standing out here as a single entry. Go ahead and give her a round of applause.
And a purple ribbon today for Trinity Jones from Platte County with her shorthorn heifer, May-June 19. We'll now have Class 9 enter the ring. 2 entries in this class. Shorthorn heifers calved March-April 2019. Jada Wood, Hitchcock County, and Heath Kaiser, Dawson County.
3 of 5 of your senior sheep showmen. Your results of Class 2. Purple ribbon winners will be Taylor Lutenschlager from Hall County and will be Lydia Olkander from Butler County. Your blue ribbon winners will include Leighton Dallin from Merrick County, Abigail Ludalucci from Colfax County, Aiden Nelson, Merrick County, Kennedy Ott from Cumming County, Cheyenne Picorni from Wheeler County, Kendall Pryor from Chase County, Erica Schwartz from Saline County, Seth Wirt from Hamilton County, and Jackie Wolfinger from Dawson County. Those are your blue ribbon winners out of Class 2. Again, in the ring now will be Class 3.
a pair of females out here that both probably need to be tweaked just a little bit in terms of their structure, but I actually prefer the extra moderation and cowiness in this female that the young lady has. She's one that I think you trim up her feet a little bit, and I think that that would help her out. She's still better in the angle to her shoulder and looser in her spine. She's cleaner and better in terms of the way her neck and her front end ties onto her body. She's easily the one that's carrying a more correct degree of condition for this stage in the game and for what I like. I just think there's so much more maternal quality in that female. The heifer that stands directly behind her is no doubt stouter. She's more powerful. She's got more size and density to her, but she's one that's too open in terms of her shoulder and tipped over in the way she's constructed. She's carrying a lot of condition when you get up on top of her and get in from behind her, and she's just too labored in the way she goes out of that hip and hind leg. Let's congratulate both those kids.
And results of Class 9 Shorthorn Heifers. Receiving second purple, Heath Kaiser from Dawson County. First purple goes to Jada Wood of Hitchcock County. We now have Class 10 Shorthorn Yearling Heifers, January-February 2019 entering the ring. 2 entries in this class. Travis Jensen, Pierce County, and Cole Bruce, Howard County. Following this class, we will have the selection of our champion Shorthorn Heifer.
Easy place to start in this Shorthorn Heifer class. A female that just puts a lot of good pieces together, especially from the side. She balances extremely well. She gets out and goes with some flexibility off either end of her build. She's one that's still very soft in terms of her rib cage. She maybe just needs to be tweaked a little bit in terms of the way she hooks up from her hip into her spine. She wants to deviate there ever so slightly, but that's being awfully critical of an extremely nice female. The red and white heifer that comes directly behind her just gets a little outmassed today in terms of the extra body and dimension that she carries. She's one that from a balance perspective and from the side isn't quite as feminine and attractive in the way she puts all of her pieces together, but I still like the extra stoutness and foot and bone that that one carries. Let's congratulate both those young men.
And receiving second purple in Class 10, Travis Jensen from Pierce County. First purple goes to Cole Bruce from Howard County. We'll now have our first purples from Classes 8, 9, and 10 returning to the ring for your selection of the champion Shorthorn Heifer. From Class 8, Trinity Jones, Platte County. Class 9, Jada Wood from Hitchcock County. And Class 10, Cole Bruce from Howard County. Second purple in Class 9, it goes to Heath Kaiser, and second purple in Class 10 to Travis Jensen.
We'll be getting you the results of Class 3 here momentarily. Entering the ring now will be Class 4 of 5. This is Class 4 of our senior showmen, ages 14 to 18. Those purple ribbon winners that you saw, they will be coming back here after Class 5 to pick our top 3 senior showmen. Again, in the ring now is Class 4.
Over here for selection of champion shorthorn female, I think that you got 3 heifers out here that still have some freshness and some attractiveness in terms of the way they're built, and definitely structurally speaking have more athleticism to them in comparison to the heifers that are going to stand here in second. That being said, there's 2 of them that I think match up extremely well in terms of their type and kind, the way they balance out here and put all their pieces together. Young man spinning the heifer is going to be your champion. Young lady out of the second class is going to be reserve. Let's congratulate them.
And congratulations to Cole Bruce from Howard County, exhibiting the champion shorthorn heifer. Reserve champion is exhibited by Jada Wood of Hitchcock County. Congratulations.
Here are your results of Class 3. Your purple ribbon winners coming back for the final drive will be Jaden Allen from Scotts Bluff County, Brock Markson from Colfax County, Mason Roberts from Lincoln County, and Christian Wagner from Dodge County. Your blue ribbon winners include Preston Griner, Douglas Sarpy County, James Grodelution from Colfax County, Alyssa Kerwood from Fillmore County, Paul Littlefield from Platte County, Ethan Olson, Pierce County, Taya Rainforth from Holt County, Reed Richards, Fillmore County, Evan Rizika from Knox County, Ashley Saney from Platte County, and Mallory Tuma from Sherman County. Those are your results of Class 3. Again, in the ring is Class 4.
Entering the ring now, we have our Class 11 Shorthorn Plus heifers, calved March, April 2019. This is our only class of Shorthorn Plus breeding beef today, so we will also be selecting our champion and reserve champion Shorthorn Plus heifers. Exhibitors in this class, Chase Schwartz, Bianca Wood, and Abby Miller.
The Nebraska Sheep and Goat Association wanted me to announce that they are serving lamb and goat chili until 4 p.m., and that is in the Raising Nebraska building. Lamb and goat chili being served till 4 o'clock at the Raising Nebraska building, brought to you by the Nebraska Sheep and Goat Association.
Only one class of Shorthorn Plus, and so your champion and reserve are also going to come out of this. And I think there's a lot of discussion to be had among these 3 females. They're still going to stay standing just the way they are. Young lady at the back is going to be third. Young lady here in the middle is going to be second in your reserve. young man up here at the front is going to be first senior champion. Go ahead and give him a round of applause. I'd like to take just a little bit of condition off of that one, but when you want to talk about putting all of the pieces together in the most complete package, she's definitely that. She's well balanced from the side. She's good in terms of the angles to her skeleton. She's right in the way her hip is laid into her. She still has some shape and dimension to the center portion of her body. I still think that that's just a very, very complete heifer. She's maybe just a little bit cresty there on the top side of her neck, and the way she transitions there from her neck into the top side of her shoulder, I'd like to give her just a little bit more foot and bone. But if you're talking about the female that I'd be the most confident to say she's going to go out and be successful as a cow, I think that one's definitely it. The heifer that stands directly behind her has got cool pieces, no doubt. She's got the extra foot and bone. She's got the extra hair. She's long. She's extended. She's big and square when you get in from behind her. But that one, to me, has just got to be softer and more maternal in terms of her rib. She's carrying just a shot too much shoulder and chest for the lack of extra softness she has to the center portion of her body. And then that one's hip structure, I'd just like to tweak. You can catch her, and especially when you get her out and you set her in motion, she's shorter and rounder in the way she's built there. She just needs to get out and go off of those rear wheels with just a little bit more athleticism. Trim up them back feet, and I think that'd help as well. The blue roan heifer that's going to be third in this group is just a little bit of an outlier. She's probably just a little bit past her point in terms of her condition. She's getting plainer about her head and her neck and her
Entering
chest.
the ring now
got
will
a
be
little
your
bit of
final
extra
class,
fat up there around her tail head. She's one that I think has got some athleticism.
Just
When you
wanted to
get her out
mention
and you
really
set her in
fast,
motion,
some of these
but she
senior
falls out from a
showmen that you had the
balanced
opportunity
perspective
to
in this
see
group.
today,
Let's
this was the
congratulate
last
those
time
kids,
that they will
especially
be in the
those
show
top
ring
two,
doing
for your
showmanship
champion in
as
reserve.
they age out of 4-H. So we appreciate the years that they have dedicated to the 4-H program. We wish them best of luck as they head down the road after their 4-H career. You'll see many of these youth back in the ring once again tomorrow. But thank you for doing showmanship and being a part of the 4-H program. Here is your results of Class 4. Your purple ribbon winners will include Jackson Allen from Scottsbluff County, Jaylee Halstead from Cumming County. Blue ribbon winners out of Class 4, Chloe Carlson of Fillmore County, Kate Dvork from Douglas Sarpy County, Kristen Frogman
Now moving
from
into our
Kemps County,
Simmental breeding beef class with
Fred
a single entry in
Hoffman-Itis from
Class
Neiman-
12,
Nemaha
Simmental heifers,
County,
cab November, December
Camden Humphrey from Clay
2019.
County,
Our
Tamara
entry
Klein
today is
from
Emerson
Howard
Peterson
County,
from Dodge County.
McKenna Lutalucci from Colfax County, Hayden Mount from Kearney
And results
County,
of the
Carter
Shorthorn Plus
Olson
heifer
from Pierce
class.
County,
Receiving a
Kayla
blue
Jeremy from
ribbon
Rhea
today,
County,
Abby Miller from
Rhea
Saunders
Keys
County.
from Cumming County.
And your reserve champion
Jared
Shorthorn heifer goes to
Saxton
Bianca
from
Wood of
Lincoln
Hitchcock County.
Jada
And your
Sperling from
champion
Fillmore County,
Shorthorn
and
Plus
Kinsey
heifer
Ward
goes
from
to
Hamilton
Chase
County.
Schwartz
That's
of
the
Stanton
results of
County.
Class 4.
Congratulations.
Again, our final class is in the ring. We'll be bringing in our purple ribbon senior showman to choose the top 3 senior showmen here at the Nebraska State Fair.
Young lady brings Lily out here, and sweetheart, I like a lot of things about Lily. I think she's awfully, awfully nice. You think about where this one's future is, I think that the world is open to her. I think that one is built the way she needs to be built in terms of her neck and her shoulder and her front end for a Simmental female. She's one that's right in the angles to her skeleton. She's still very youthful and attractive and still yet has that extra sweep to the center portion of her rib. Go ahead and get walking her out, honey. She's one that I just think has got so much future ahead of her. She's maybe just one that wants to get a little bit rounder in terms of her hip, but I still think she's built awfully, awfully good when you take her all the way down to the surface. One that's very deserving of having more competition out here. Congratulate that young lady.
In Class 12, a purple ribbon goes to Emerson Peterson from Dodge County. Class 13, Simmental heifers, May-June 2019, a single entry, Sophie Korytowski from Cass County.
Another single entry female that could stand a lot more competition out here. I love the front 2/3 of this heifer. I think she's awfully attractive in terms of the way her front end is built into her shoulder. Tremendous in terms of the outward shape and dimension of that rib cage. You get up on top of that one, and I still think she's got some power and stoutness up high, and especially from behind. Love the extra foot and bone underneath her. You get that one out and you set her in motion. She wants to duck those pins ever up underneath her. She maybe just kind of wants to swing those back wheels in order to meet that stride, and I'd like to change that about her, but I still think that there's a lot of good in that female. Let's congratulate her.
And a purple ribbon for Sophie Korytowski from Cass County for her Simmental heifer. Entering the ring now, we have Class 14, Simmental heifers, March, April 2019. Exhibitors in this class: Gavin Romchek, Polk County; Jamie Getline, Chase County; Ella Miller, Cass County; Jackson Logan, Burke County; Kylie Ayers, Adams County; Meredith Ruda, Dodge County; Tanner Hansen, Dixon County; and Amber Staub, Valley County.
As they get set to enter the ring, here's your results of Class 5. Your purple ribbon winners coming back for your top 3 showmen will be Blake Bruns from Lincoln County, Elena Fangmeyer from Thayer County, and Owen Van Kirk of Thurston County. Your blue ribbon winners out of Class 5 include Rebecca Arkford from Madison County, Caden Carlson, Fillmore County, Grace Eckhart from Adams County, Atlee Hirschfeld from York County, Marshall Humphrey, Clay County, Dalton Nielsen, Washington County, Tamira Ott from Cumming County, McKenna Pelser from Wheeler County, Ty Rainforth from Holt County, Kyle Riuk from Cumming County, and Spencer Wolahowski from Dawson County. Those are your blue ribbon winners out of Class 5. Ladies and gentlemen, entering the ring now are your purple ribbon winners from all 5 classes, vying for your top 3 senior showmen.
This red heifer is an easy, sweetheart, go ahead and pull her down this way. This red heifer is an easy place to start out here, and I won't tell you she's perfect. She's one that's probably just a little bit rounder everywhere than I like them, rounder in her shoulder and rounder in terms of her hip. But you want to talk about cow power. That one is built with cow power. She is stout. She is round-ribbed. She's got huge feet and legs underneath her. She's really powerful when you get in from behind her. She's not the cleanest or the most feminine, probably about her head and her neck. She's a little bit too mature for me, but she's one that still balances extremely well, still gets out and goes really, really good at the ground in terms of her feet and her joints. An easy place to start in this group. Young lady has a heifer that comes out next that sorts into this spot because of her soundness, her structure. She's one that's built right from the ground up. You know, from her shoulder back, I like a lot of things about that one in terms of her length of spine, her extra body, the way that hip and hind leg is built into her, and the way she gets out and strides off of it. She's probably just a little bit plainer about her head and her neck and her shoulder. It throws her off from a balance perspective, but her structure is what gets her up here into this second hole. The heifer that comes out here in third is one that's really moderate and cowy. She's probably been just pushed a little bit too far past where she needed to be. She's carrying a lot from a condition standpoint, and that's allowed her to just kind of almost open up too much in terms of her shoulder. She wants to get too tight in her spine and deviate in terms of her hip loin. You take her all the way down to the ground, and for all that extra body and rib and mass she has up high, she's just a shot too frail in terms of her foot and bone. The heifer that comes out next is the opposite end of the spectrum. That one could stand to just be fed just a little bit harder and have just a little bit more condition on her, because I think that there's a lot of good pieces in that one in terms of her extra foot and her bone, the angle to her shoulder, how long-necked and long-bodied that one is, and still so stout and powerful when you get in from behind her. She's just really, really raw in her forerib, raw in terms of her rib shape. She just needs a little bit more softness and maternal quality to her for me to sort her up any higher. The baldy heifer, motley-faced heifer that comes out next is long-bodied and extended. She's carrying just a little too much from a condition standpoint as well. It throws her off from a balance perspective. She wants to get rounder in terms of her hip, and I just wish she was softer for the extra frame size that she has. The heifer that's going to come out next that the young man has, she's one that structurally speaking wants to play out in terms of her shoulder and front end, needs to be more athletic in the way she's built in her spine and her hip and her hind leg. We get down to a baldy heifer that's a similar story. If that one could just get out and go with some more athleticism and some softness to the center portion of her body, I think that she moves up higher. And then the young man that's going to round out this group, a female that no doubt has got a lot of size to her, a lot of performance, a lot of stoutness, maybe just a little bit more old school for that extra frame size. She needs to be softer and sounder in the way she goes. Let's congratulate those kids.
Getting here into our final division here, final heat. For showmanship, I've gone ahead and sorted off a group that we're going to keep working. I thought that each individual that's out here separated themselves in their particular class leading up to this point. We sit back, we study. I start getting quite a bit pickier, specifically on the move, the way that our body's positioned. I prefer us to have our hips just a little square, maybe have a little more control of our right arm. I personally don't prefer it to be way back behind us. Just some very nitpicky things. Going to go ahead and sort through the rest of these. Thank you to each and every exhibitor that's made it this far.
Currently entering the ring,
very
we have Class
impressive
15
and a very, very
Simmental
high
Heifers,
quality
January, February
showmanship
2019.
competition here today.
Exhibitors in this class: Andrew Nelson, Douglas Sarpy, Isabella Ruda, Dodge County, and Riley Himmelbrot, Dakota County. Following this class, we will have our selection of the champion Simmental heifer, bringing back our first and second purples from classes 12 through 15. Results of Class 14, receiving red ribbons: Jackson Logan, Burt County; Gavin Romshek, Polk County; Kylie Ayers, Adams County. Receiving blue ribbons: Tanner Hansen, Dixon County; Amber Staub, Valley County; Jamie Getline, Chase County. Second purple goes to Ella Miller from Cass County, and your first purple in Class 14 goes to Meredith Ruda from
Again,
Dodge
our judge
County.
today is Lane Hale from Broger, Texas. We would like to thank Union Bank and Trust for our sponsorship of our top 3 senior showmanship. And then a very special thank you as well to Don Peterson Auctioneers, who also sponsors our first place showman in our senior showmanship.
It's a really nice top pair of females out here, and the young lady brings a baldy that I think just puts all the pieces together. She's one that is so opened up and round in terms of her rib cage and still very, very fresh and attractive through her front end. She's one that's really stout and powerful when you get up on top of her and get in from behind her, and she still handles it extremely well when you set her in motion. I love the angle to her shoulder. She's one that maybe wants to get maybe just a little bit more uncoordinated just in the way she sets down off those rear two. But that's being awfully critical of a female that puts so many good pieces together. I like a lot of things about her. The heifer that stands in second, I think, is one that you have to appreciate for being longer in terms of her hip structure. She takes a really, really fluid, athletic stride off of those rear two. I like the moderation that she has. You get in from behind her, she's flatter and narrower from the top of her spine all the way through her rib cage, and you study her from behind. She's not as unique in terms of the way that neck sits on the top that side of that shoulder, the way her chest transitions into the center portion of her body. But I still think that there's a world of brood cow potential in that female. I especially like the way her hip is laid into her. The female that's going to come out here in third is one that no doubt is long-bodied. She has some mass and dimension when you study her from the three-quarter view. She's pretty round in terms of her rib, but she's probably just carrying a little bit too much from a condition standpoint. It throws her off from a balance perspective. I'd like to stouten her up in terms of her foot and bone as well. I think that would let her get out and go just with more fluidity off of her hip and her hind leg. Let's congratulate those kids.
Excellent, excellent final drive here. I thought it was very competitive.
Results of Class 15, Simmental Heifers, January, February 19, receiving a blue ribbon. Riley and Hermelbrock, Dakota County. Second purple goes to Andrew Nelson, Douglas Sarpy, and first purple to Isabella Ruda, Dodge County.
It gets really
we will now have our first purples returning from classes 12, 13, 14, and 15 for selection of our champion Simmental Heifer.
They're cool, they're calm, they're collected. It really comes down to personal preference. I think we sorted off 15 to 16 that could all be out here in our final drive. And
first purple
in
Class 12 goes to Emerson Peterson from Dodge County. First purple Class 13, Sophie Korytowski, Cass County. First purple in Class 14 goes to Meredith Ruda from Dodge County. And first purple in Class 15 goes to Isabella Ruda from Dodge County.
Easily the stoutest lineup of cattle that we've had out here in the ring today so far, and I'm really happy with these class winners when they get back out here. And there's some differences in terms of type and kind. Nothing to take away from the young lady here out of Class 2, but I think your discussion is between out of the first class and the back two classes. That heifer out of the first class, I like a lot of things about her. I think that she has got such a bright future. That one is built the way that they should be built for this stage in the game, her age, her maturity, all of those things. And I love how fresh she is. I love her feet and her legs and her joints. Like I talked about her, she maybe gets a little bit rounder in terms of her hip structure. but I think that that one has just got so much future ahead of her. The red one is one that is so stout, and she's so powerful. That one has just brood cow and cow potential written all over her. She's one that's maybe just a little bit too mature for me about her head and her neck. And like I talked to her, she's just, for that extra power and stoutness, you'd expect it just a little bit rounder everywhere. But I don't think you can just throw that one out, because I think that that one has as much potential to go on and produce something as a cow as anything out here. And then the Baldy heifer out of the last class, I think, just puts all the pieces together when you're talking about balance, power, stoutness, look, and structure. I like a lot of things about that one, and I think that she definitely is one that has to be in your mind out here. I probably alluded to how I like them when I'm sitting here on the mic. I'm going to go out and pick your champion or reserve. Let's give these kids one more round of applause.
A huge congratulations. Our first place will be our top senior showman, Jaylee Halstead from Cumming County. Second is the Blake Bruns of Lincoln County. And third to Lydia Olkander from Butler County. Again, thank you to Union Bank on Trust and Don Peterson Auctioneers for your sponsorship of our senior showman. This is the first of 5 classes of our intermediate sheep showman. These are youth ages 10 to 13.
Congratulations to your champion Simmental heifer, exhibited by Isabella Ruda
6.
from Dodge County. This would be your first purple out of class 15. Your reserve champion Simmental heifer was exhibited by Emerson Peterson, and this is your first purple out of class 12.
Underway. That'll
Congratulations,
be here
ladies.
Momentarily.
Foundation. You have a single entry. Currently in the ring, we have class 16, a single entry in our foundation Simmental breeding beef. First class in this division, heifers born November, December 2019. Exhibitor Ella Miller from Cass County.
A nice way to kick off our percentage Simmental show. Young lady brings a young female out here that's very, very green from a condition standpoint. Very green from a condition standpoint, but has all the pieces that are going to make her really good as she keeps going on and she fills out. She's one that's built right in terms of her skeleton, her shoulder, her spine. One that I like in terms of the extra flex she has in her joints. Very feminine and attractive. And again, like I said, just needs more time. She's green, green, green right now, but that's where they should be at this stage in the game. Give her a round of applause as she exits the ring.
And a purple ribbon for Ella Miller from Cass County. Continuing in our foundation Simmental classes, we have class 17, a single entry, Sarah Philomalee from Hall County.
Another single entry female, and I really like the front 2/3 of this heifer. I think she's one that's very fresh. She's very round in terms of the way her rib is laid into her, good in the angle to her shoulder. Really, really stout and powerful when you study her and you get in from behind her. You know, if you're going to tweak that one, I'd like to see her just maybe get out and go a little bit more athletic in terms of her hip. and the way she sets down to the ground. I think just making that one longer and leveler in terms of her hip would help her out just a little bit in terms of reaching that stride and getting out with more athleticism, but still a lot of quality in that female. Give that young lady a round of applause as she exits the ring.
And in Class 17, a purple ribbon for Sarah Filmely from Hall County. Moving into Class 18, exhibitors include Andrew Cohn from Burt County and Mia Olson from Hall County. Again, we're continuing with our Foundation Simmental class. These heifers were calved May-June 2019.
Here's the results of Class 6 of your intermediate sheep showman. There is a total of 5 classes. Entering the ring now is Class 7. Your purple ribbon winners out of Class 6. Taya Hamilton from Merritt County. Casino Crow from Seward County. Kate Piper from Scotts Bluff County. And Mary Richards from Fillmore County. Blue ribbon winners out of Class 6 will include Kate Bruckmiller from Cass County. Hayden Hegeman, Washington County. Joey Hoffman-Itis from Nemaha County. Itis Klein from Frontier County. Maxwell McCain from Furnace County.
Over here on the cattle
Buffalo
side,
County.
a pair of
Hayden
females
Schroeder
that
from
both need to
Cumming
be
County.
freed up structurally. But that
Schwartz
being
from
said, there's so
Saline
much
County.
more freshness,
Bert
youthfulness,
Arsettle from
attractiveness
Saunders
in this
County.
heifer
Aaron Thurnes
that's going to
from
win
Douglas
this
Sarpy
class.
County.
She's
Again,
one that's
entering the ring
looser
now
in
is
terms of her
Class
spine
7.
and the way her skeleton is
Momentarily,
built
we'll be
into her.
starting with our 4-H
Mainly, she's
goat
just more
showmanship.
acceptable in terms of her degree of finish, or degree of condition, not finish, when you get them out here. I'd like to tip that one back in terms of the angle to her shoulder. I'd like to see her have more flex in terms of her hock and no doubt be softer in her rib, but still, I think there's so much more balance and femininity in that one. The heifer that stands
As we
directly
get ready to
behind her
start
is
our
rounder in
4-H
terms
goat
of her rib,
showmanship, our
and she
judge
is
is
ultra
Williams from
stout and
Oakland,
powerful when you
Oklahoma.
get in from behind her. But she's
Waco,
just been
Texas is
pushed
where
too
he's
far for
listed,
my
as
liking.
he is a
She's
graduate
carrying a lot of
Texas Tech
condition on
judge,
her, and that just
multiple
makes her
state
labor
fairs
off
across
of
the
either
country,
end.
owns
She's
and
too
operates
opened
a
up in
showboat
terms of her
operation
shoulder, and she
in
really
Waco,
wants to get
Texas.
tight
We
in her
welcome
spine and round it
Bryson
out through her
Williams
hip
to the
in order to
Nebraska
try and
State
meet her
Fair.
stride.
We'll be
Let's
starting here
congratulate those
momentarily
kids.
with our 4-H goat showmanship, Class 1 senior showmanship.
Addie Donaldson, Boone County, your class is entering the ring. Addie Donaldson, Boone County, Foundation Simmental heifer class. Your class is entering the ring right now. Results of Class 8 Foundation Simmental heifers, May-June 19. Second purple to Mia Olson from Hall County, and first purple goes to Andrew Cohn from Burt County. Currently entering the ring, we have Class 19 Foundation Simmental heifers, calved March-April 2019. This is one of our 2 larger classes of Foundation Simmental heifers today. 12 exhibitors today, including Sophie Koitowski, Jamie Getline, Lacey Schmidt, Garrett Clausen, Olivia Hansen, Andrew Nelson, Brayston Hawkswell, Blake Hansen, Chloe Smith, Charlie Koitowski, Gracie Clausen, and Addie Donaldson.
Entering the ring now in our northeast ring where we have our 4-H goat showmanship is Class 1 Senior Showmanship. There will be 5 classes of senior showmanship. This is again Class 1. In the ring now will be Class 8 of your junior or intermediate sheep showman. This is Class 8. Your results of Class 7. Purple ribbon winners coming back will include Keaton Fagan from Lincoln County, Allison Vavricek from Colfax County, and Jalen Wolfinger from Dawson County. Your blue ribbon winners out of Class 7 include Tate Brodenson from Pierce County, Orrin Berkey from Lancaster County, Crew Freeland from Saunders County, Cody Funk, Nuckolls County, Caden Hale from Fillmore County, Chloe Hanslick from Knox County, Allison Kemp, Lincoln County, Blake Klug from Cedar County, Walker Roth from Cumming County, Grady Schriswas from Saline County, Henry Therms from Douglas Sarpy County, Lily Walhowski from Valley County, and Lauren Richards from Fillmore County. That's your results of Class 7 with Class 8 in the ring.
contest. Well, first off, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be with you to work through the 4-H showmanship. Really good just in terms of quality. I haven't figured out your system yet in terms of purple, blue, and red yet, but we'll work through it, and I'll catch you on. The first three I pull off, in my mind, I guess, are the purples. Very automatic just in terms of their ability. I don't catch a lot of bad shots of those animals from many angles. Very, very just quick in terms of getting them propped up. Very smooth in the way they go about things as well. The blues, in my mind, the two on the end here, maybe at times they just give me a rougher look in terms of being maybe a little more stretched out, not as collected as I like them to be, but the kids do a really good job with their projects in the same breath. In my mind, the three that end up being red, I guess, for me, once again, the animals maybe don't want to cooperate just quite perfectly, get a little more stretched out. Some kids that want to pull their heads maybe a little down at the same time, maybe push them back. Once again, a really good set of showmen. The kids do a good job with their projects. If you would please give them a big round of applause as they exit the ring.
Entering the ring now will be Class 9. Here is your results of Class 8. Blue ribbon winners will, purple ribbon winners first will be Jordan Mussel from Gage County and Parker Walhowski from Dawson County. Now your blue ribbon winners out of Class 8. Keisha Alber from Webster County, Desiree from Holtz County, Catherine Hale, Fillmore County, Luke Hunzinger
There's a
from
lot
Pawnee
of differences
County,
out here
Michael
in these
Monty
cattle,
III from
and
Lancaster
there's
County,
about
Emily
just about
Olson,
every
Pierce
type
County,
and kind that you could
Addison
think
Randall,
of
Scottsbluff
out
County,
here. And I will be the first to
Tuesday
admit
from
to you
Platte
and
County,
tell you that the heifer
Paige
that I'm going to
Kitchen
use
from
is
Fayette
maybe
County,
a smidge
Natalie
on the
Wagner
small
from
side,
Dodge County, and
probably
Kylie
in
Wilkinson
comparison
from
to some of the
Douglas,
cattle
Sarpy
out
County.
here,
Class
but
9
she's
again is
probably
in the
more
ring.
just correct in terms of her maturity and size than anything out here. She's one that I guess for me is fresh, attractive, built right, round in terms of her ribs, square in the way she's constructed, sound at the ground. And like I said, she's probably a little bit smaller than some of the other heifers out here. But in my mind and in my opinion, she's probably a little bit more correct in terms of her maturity and for what she is at this stage in the game. I think that long term for where they need to be right now, going forward, making them long term into cows and females, that's the one that puts the most good pieces together. This heifer here in second, no doubt, has to hit you, and she has to hit you hard. She's one that is big, and she's long, and she's squishy in terms of the way she sets down at the ground. She's one that has got a lot of maturity to her. For being a March, that one's too big for me. She's too big. She's too mature at this stage in the game. For me, she's one that I think is probably just carrying a little bit more in through her chest. She gets too round in terms of the way she carries her hip structure, and for all that extra that she has in her front end, she gets flatter and narrower when you get in from behind her. There's a lot of things that you got to be enamored by that heifer. She's just a little bit too big and mature for me. The heifer that's going to come out next is no doubt moderate. She's got big feet and legs underneath her. I don't like a lot of things about this one in terms of the pieces that she puts together. She mimics the type and kind probably of the heifer that wins the class just a little bit better. You get that one out and you set her in motion. She's more upright in terms of the angle to her shoulder. Her top line falls into a couple more pieces in her, especially there in her hip loin. She too is carrying just a little bit more chest. She's shorter up in through her neck. She falls out from a balance perspective, especially when you get her out and you set her in motion. The next two heifers are females that I really, really like in terms of their cowiness. Sweetheart, go ahead and pull your heifer out too. Cowiness, moderation, extra rib. Structurally speaking, we just got to change both of them. They're females that have so much up high in terms of rib and mass and dimension, but carry it down into feet and bone and size down there that doesn't match what they have up high. And I think that's part of why they just labor just a little bit more. If you give some extra foot and bone to those animals, you can get them to go out with some more structural integrity off either end of their build. They're females that certainly are going to have plenty of potential as brood cows. You get down to a couple of females here that are ones that certainly have pieces you have to like in terms of rib and cowiness. It's really just structure that's limiting a lot of these heifers from getting any higher. You guys go ahead and keep spinning off. Again, if you get them out and you set them in terms of their angle to their shoulder, the looseness to their spine, structurally speaking, these females have just got to be hinged different off either end for me to get them any higher in this group. We get down to a pair of females here at the bottom end that need more maternal quality. They've got stoutness, they've got power, they need more rib, they need more structural quality to move any higher. Let's congratulate those kids.
And results of Class 19 Foundation Simmental heifers. Receiving red ribbons today, Lacey Schmidt, Thayer County, Olivia Hansen, Dixon County, Andrew Nelson, Douglas Sarpy, Blake Hansen, Dixon County, Chloe Smith, Wheeler County, and Addie Donaldson, Boone County. Blue ribbons go to Sophie Korytoski, Cass County, Jamie Getline, Chase County, Garrett Clausen, Burt County, and Charlie Korytoski, Cass County. Second purple to Brayston Hawkswell from Red Willow County, and your first purple goes to Gracie Clausen from Burt County. Now entering the ring, another large class of Foundation Simmental heifers, Class 20. We have 11 exhibitors in Class 20, followed by Class 21, a single entry, and then we will have the selection of the champion and reserve champion Foundation Simmental heifers. Following our Simmental classes, we will go into our all other breeds classes and then our Angus. If you would like to see a program and see all the names and placings and people who are showing, you can download the Nebraska State Fair 4-H app, and all of our programs for every show will be listed on that app.
In the ring now is Class 10. This is our final class of our intermediate showmen. Here's your results of Class 9. Your purple ribbon winners include Tyler Collins from Hall County, Kaylee Klein from Scotts Bluff County, Ashley Robertson from Perkins County, and Spencer Snyder from Frontier County. Your blue ribbon winners out of Class 9, Elizabeth Ginn from Fillmore County, Olivia Grote-Lucian from Platte County, Jalen Clement from Saunders County, Cooper Lockett from Thayer County, Gavin Root from Merritt County, Samuel Setchin from Lincoln County, Dax Shipley from Clay County, Taryn Sudik from Saunders County, and Taylor Setchin from Thayer County. Again, in the ring now is your final class. This is Class 10.
Well, once again, another good group to work through just in terms of showmanship. The kids that rise to the top for me just once again a little more automatic in terms of their ability, a little quicker in terms of their pace. So once again, I don't catch a lot of bad shots of those towards the top end. The young man that hits me the hardest in class. So once again, just very smooth in terms of the way he moves around the ring, in terms of just placement with his animal, very quick in terms of getting that one set up and then moving off and knowing where he is. Kind of the same story in terms of the top end. But we get a little into it in terms of the middle and the bottom. maybe some animals that want to get just a little fidgety with the kids, maybe don't just set up as clean and just fast as I'd like them to, maybe just at times want to get just a little more aggressive and maybe get into them a little harder. But once again, the kids do a great job with their projects across the board. If you would please give them all a big round of applause.
In the ring now will be your senior goat showman, Class 3. Here's your results of Class 2. Purple ribbon winners include Dulce Archuleta from Butler County, Ethan Euler from Howard County, Evan Ruzicka from Knox County. Now your red ribbon winners from Class 2. Shan Picorni from Wheeler County, Cole Luby from Seward County, and Faith Winkleman from Seward County. Blue ribbon winners will include Colin Konecki of Saunders County, Elizabeth Stephens from Buffalo County. That's your results of Class 2. Class 3 senior goat showmen are now in the ring.
The discussion in this class is between 2 and 3 for me because I don't think you can land on anything else other than this heifer to win this class. She maybe wants to get a little bit too high in terms of her tail head, and for what she's got, I do wish she had bigger feet and legs underneath her, but balance, proportionality, rib, all of those things put together in a very, very fresh, feminine, attractive, maternal package. I think she does that awesome. I love the way she sets down at the ground ground in terms of the extra flex and cushion she has in terms of her pasterns. Again, just puts all of those pieces together that you should be looking for in a female. Like I said, the discussion to me has been between 2 and 3, and I guess this heifer that comes out next is one that if you just put a different hip and hind leg in this one, she runs right there with that heifer that wins this class. The front 2/3 of this female are awesome. She's moderate, she's cowy, she's tremendous in the angle to her shoulder. When that young lady gets her and stops her, she balances so well, and she's so feminine and attractive. I just have got to put a different hip and hind leg in that one. She's sound in the way she goes and she meets her stride, but she's too round in terms of the way she's constructed there. You get in from behind her, she wants to close up all the way down to the ground. I wish she stayed squarer, truer, and more genuine all the way down to the surface. This heifer that comes out here in 3rd is big, and she is stout, and she is burly. There is no doubt about that. She's got foot and bone underneath her. She's got a world of dimension to that center portion of her body. When you get that one out and you set that one into motion, she just falls into too many pieces. You really get to tell them that she's a little bit more concave in terms of the way her forerib is laid into her. She really wants to get rounder in terms of her hip structure. She doesn't get out and grab the ground athletic off that hip and hind leg like I'd like to see. She's getting a little cresty on the top side of her neck as well. I'd like to change the way she transitions there from the top of her neck into the top side of her shoulder. This heifer that comes out next is one that I think you've got to love on the standstill. She's so fresh, she's so feminine, and she's so attractive. I like the angle to her shoulder. I like the way she utilizes her hock and her rear pastern. She's one that you get in from behind her and she just does a little bit of a disappearing act. She's flatter in her general build all the way through, flatter and narrow when you get in from behind her, and she wants to close up all the way down to the ground. I think that one could benefit with just a scotch more, just extra dimension to the center portion of her body, especially in terms of her forerib. I think that one's got female written all over her, though. The heifer that comes out next is one that if you just drop that one down in terms of her belly and just give her a bigger foot off of those rear two, she runs higher in this class. She's fresh, she's attractive, she's good balanced. She just needs to be softer and her forerib, softer in the center portion of her body. And like I said, if you gave that one just a little bit bigger foot off her rear two, I think that would allow her to get out and go more athletic. A really nice, practical type of a female that comes out next, one that I think is sound structured. She just falls out in terms of overwhelming quality. She's a little bit plainer in her general look. She maybe just doesn't have the extras that some of these other females have in order to run to the top end of this group. Young man comes out next with a female that I like, her feet and her legs. I love the way she gets out and goes. She's just at a pretty large deficit in terms of mass and dimension and size out here. She's one that I'd like to tweak in terms of her hip structure as well. Practical, deep body type of a female that sounds structured that the young man has. She's a little bit too low fronted and plain in terms of her look. Give her more length and extension. She balances up just a little bit better. We get to the bottom end of this class and we've got 3 females that just structurally speaking for me have got to be sounder off either end of their build for me to move them any higher. Let's congratulate those kids.
Well, once again, a really good set to work through as we move through the showmanship. The top end for me just hit me hard from the outside in terms of presentation, just in terms of ability on the individual side as well. The young man that hits me the hardest just in terms of being the quickest. Very good placement just in terms of getting that one set, staying collected in terms of her top line, in terms of her feet and legs, very just smooth. The young lady that ends up in the mix as well, once again, becomes a purple. For me, that one, when she does collect herself, looks really good. That one wants to pull back really hard, but still yet a nice one that hits me hard from the outside. The young lady that comes in 3 are in the mix.
And
so
results
again,
of Class 20 Foundation Sentinel Heifers, January, February 2019. Red ribbons to Mackenzie Vanderwall, Fillmore County. Logan Schmidt, Thayer County. Jeremiah Lubin, Cass County.
Good job still yet. So once again, the 3 that are 4 that are in the mix in terms of purple
Jed
are very,
Nelson,
very
Cedar
good. We
County.
on down the line.
Blue ribbons to Carly
Raines,
Raines, Saline County. Ty Peterson, Dodge County. Corey Kirsten, Douglas Sarpy County. And Caden Ghana, Lancaster County. Second purple to Aubrey High, Gosper County. And your first purple goes to J.C. Schomburg from Pierce County. We now have Class 21 in the ring, a single entry from Garrett Scholes from Phelps County. Following this class, we will have our first purples return to the ring. First purples from classes 16 through class 21 for our selection of champion foundation Simmental heifer, champion, and reserve.
Just a single entry, but a female you gotta appreciate. That's good cattle, period. She's sound, she's big-bellied, she's stout, she's square, she's got a world of foot and bone underneath her. I love the way that one gets out and goes. She's moderate, yes, but again, that doesn't really bother me any whatsoever. More moderate cows tend to take care of themselves just a little bit better when you turn them out to pasture anyways. I think that one, like I said, is just good cattle all the way through. She'll be interesting to see back out here in Grand Drive. Congratulations, young man.
And a first purple in class 21 goes to Garrett Scholes from Phelps County.
We'll
now have our purple ribbon winners, our first purples from classes 16 through 21 enter the ring for a selection of our champion foundation Simmental breeding beef.
My parents and my wife and one of my best friends is here in the stands.
From class 16,
I'm a very
Ella
blunt
Miller from
person,
Cass
and
County.
I like to call it how
Class
it is.
17,
I think the intermediate division is
Phil
deeper
Malee
and
from Hall
tougher all
County.
the way through than our seniors
Class
were.
18,
and that's
Andrew
awesome.
Cohn, Burt
but
County.
I think that's very, very commendable. Yeah, give them a hand.
Class 19,
This is
Gracie
awesome. I think
Clausen
it's
from Burt County.
so competitive, and I'm
Class
really proud
20,
for these kids
J.C.
to make
Schomburg
it
from
back
Pierce
out here
County.
and get the
And
chance
class
to
21,
show again
Garrett
for
Scholes from
our
Phelps
final
County.
top three here in this division. Let's give them a hand. I think we go ahead and start sorting off on the way they travel, the way they control their sheep, their head posture, the way they grip their hands, their hand placement, and then we get into some feet and leg issues as well. And that's what really sorts off our top group right here for me. Once again, thank you very much for coming out, guys.
In the ring now is our Class 4 Senior Goat Showmanship. Here's your results of Class 3. Your purple ribbon winners include Haley Belk from Seward County, Haley Finn from Greeley County.
This is
Jaden
such a
Allen
deep
from
set of
Scottsbluff
cattle
County,
out here in your
and
percentage
Kylie Loon
Simmentals.
from
Let's give all
Seward
these
County.
kids a nice round of
The
applause.
results of your red ribbon winners of Class 3. Hayden Mount of Kearney County.
We have a couple of single entries down here at the
Catherine
beginning,
Stevens
but
of
we get
Buffalo
into these
County.
bigger
Blue
classes,
ribbon
and then the
winners is
single
Heather
entry
Lang
female
from
out of that very
Lancaster
last
County.
class. And I think that there's a
Haley
lot
Davis
of
from
quality
Grant
in these
County,
cattle, and they're
Leighton
cattle that I
Dillon
think
from Merritt
first and
County.
foremost
And then
are
your Class
feminine,
4
they're
Senior Goat
attractive,
Showman
they're
in the ring.
appropriate in terms of their size and maturity for their age, they're fresh, and their sound structure. They've got some structural integrity to them. They're built with the right running gears to make it long past just being show heifers
In our
out
sheep
here
ring right
today.
now, we are
There's one of
making
them
a
in my
selection of
mind
our
that
top
probably
three
sticks out
intermediate
pretty
showmen.
easily,
Thank you
and then I
again
think
to
there's some
Union Bank
discussion
and
to be
Trust
had
who
when you're
sponsor
talking about
our
your
first,
reserve.
second, and
Let's give these
third
kids
in our
another round of
intermediate
applause,
showmen,
and I'll
to
go out
John
and pick your
Peterson Auctioneers
champions.
as well, who makes the selection. Sponsors our first place selection. Just a note for our youth or the parents, the top three intermediate showmen, please immediately go to the blue backdrop for your photos. Again, the top three intermediate showmen must report to the blue backdrop for your photo.
Congratulations to J.C. Schomburg from Pierce County. She is your champion foundation Simmental heifer. She is your first purple out of class 20.
That second place heifer rolls in here, and I think that she's one that has to be in the back of your mind just in terms of level of quality. But for me, there's two of them that it's awfully close between the young man out of that very last class and the young lady that comes out of the class before that. That white flanked heifer is one, like I talked, she's probably just a shot small, but again, that doesn't really bother me. I think she's very youthful in terms of the way she's built. She's correct in terms of the angles to her skeleton, and I think that she's one that long-term is one that you'd want to keep and put back into production. I love the freshness that one has for this stage in the game. The heifer that comes out of that very last class, again, is probably just a shot small and more moderate, but that's just good cattle. She's sound structured, she's cowy, she's stout, she's powerful. She probably just doesn't have the extras in terms of that look through her front end from a show heifer standpoint, but you're never going to go wrong with a pasture full of ones that are built like that all the way through. She's the one that I like the second best. She's going to be your reserve today. Congratulations, young man.
And congratulations to Garrett Scholes from Phelps County, showing your reserve champion Foundation Simmental heifer. This is your first purple from class 21. Moving into classes 22 and 23, this is our all other breeds breeding beef classes. Class 22 has 2 entries. All other breeds born January, February 2019.
As we begin to talk about how I group them up in terms of showmanship, I just want to make the comment, please not shake my hand. I'm not good at following those rules. My girlfriend reminds me often I'm not good at experiencing what we're going through just in terms of wearing a mask and shaking hands and things like that. If you want to find me later in the year, beginning of next year, I'll give you a hug and shake your hand or fist bump you, whatever you need. But right now, if we can just stay ahead of that at this time, that'd be great, because I'm not good at following that rule myself. As we talk about just the projects and the individuals, the top ends of this particular group that end up purple are just tremendous in terms of their ability. Once again, I make the comment just in terms of being automatic. That's how it hits me. Kids that are very quick in terms of their pace, in terms of their motion, in terms of getting set up very early in the ring. Don't waste a lot of time showing off your project. The top end of this does a very good job doing that. As we get on towards the middle, maybe some kids that take a little extra time in terms of placement, some kids that know what the animals need to look like, just maybe take a little longer time in terms of getting that animal propped up like it needs to. Towards the bottom, maybe some kids that have some issues with their animals just in terms of fighting them, maybe want to get a little more stretched out in terms of their feet and their legs, at sacrifice in terms of their top lines, maybe some kids that want to pull their heads forward, need to push them back, maybe drive them a little harder. Once again, across the board, I think the kids do a really good job with their projects. If you would please give them all a big round of applause.
You got 2 females over here that are just very, very different in terms of their type and kind, and you'd expect that as you get into these AOBs. This heifer here at the front, she's one that probably just has more unique pieces to her. I love the extra stoutness that she has. I think that she still balances extremely well. I love the foot and bone. Love, love, love how she sets down at the ground with the softness that she does. The hip and hind leg in her, I think, are awfully good. She's one that's probably just got a little bit plainer about her head and her neck. She's carrying just a shot more shoulder, especially as she transitions into her forerib. But I think that there's a lot of good in that female. Heifer that comes out next is more moderate. She's one that I think is probably built just a little bit longer in terms of her hip structure. She just gives up so much in terms of stoutness, woofiness, mass, dimension, and even balance from the side to that heifer that's going to go ahead and win this class. Let's congratulate those kids.
Results of Class 22, second purple goes to Keely Vaughn. First purple to Keely Vaughn, of Phelps County. First purple to Ben Spencer of Buffalo County. We now have Class 23 entering the ring. This is the second of our 2 all other breeds breeding beef classes.
Tough out here, and
we do have 3 entries in this class, and then we will return the first purple to select our overall all other breeds champion and reserve.
And I sort off the ones that stand out to me, the elite among the elite. And then we get out here and you're scratching your head and you've got them kind of lined up about 5 different ways. I think at the end of the day there was 2 of them that kind of stood out even more. Then we've got a third, a fourth, and a fifth. And we're going to recognize the top 3. I thought it was extremely, extremely tough, especially among those top 2, just because they're completely different style showmen. I think one of them is better on the move, more control, more flexibility, probably a little bit more calm and collected. I think the other one just makes them look absolutely killer when they're stuck. That's a toss-up for me, you know, although I think they both do a good job in both areas. I'm going to look at them one more time. We'll pick our top 3. I was excited to be here today, and I've not had 1 ounce of letdown. I can't wait for tomorrow.
We will get you those results here in just a moment. We will be reminding our top 3 intermediate showmen to go to the blue backdrop for your photos. Our sheep will be back in the ring tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. In the ring right now is your senior Class 5 goat showmanship, your results of Class 4 purple ribbons. Kason Bruns from Lincoln County, Olivia Brueggemann from Thayer County, Piper Shepard from Greeley County, and Kason Bruns from Lincoln County. Red ribbon winners from Class 4, Lillian Bogle from Lancaster County, Noah Ekstrom from Merritt County, Olivia Hughes, Red Willow County, Paige Hansen from Seward County. Your blue ribbon winners will be Madison Kreschmeyer from Howard County, McKenna Pelster from Wheeler County.
Similar story to earlier. Your only discussion out here should be between 2 and 3. This heifer that goes ahead and wins this class is just very, very complete. Well balanced from the side, so maternal in terms of her look, so fresh. I love how feminine and fresh and attractive she is. She's one that takes a super long stride, is awesome in the angle to her shoulder. She wants to every once in a while kind of click on those back heels a little bit, but that's being super, super critical of one that probably just has just that much set to those rear pasterns that she's maybe not quite as stable in the way she's constructed there. I like a lot of things about her. 2 and 3 are close, very similar in terms of type and kind. They're round, powerful, stout type of females that just structurally speaking don't get out and go like they need to. The heifer that beats the heifer here in third, I think, is one that balances better when you get her out and you stop her and pose her from the side. She's longer spine. She's lovelier in terms of her hip. Again, structurally, I'd like to change that one in terms of the way she goes off those rear wheels. She's a little too short-necked and crusty at the top side of her neck as well. Heifer that comes directly behind her is one that wants to get to up underneath herself off of that hip and her hind leg. She's frailer at the surface. She's one that is better in the way she ties on the top side of her neck into that shoulder. She's probably just a little bit longer sided as well, but she too needs to be trimmed up from a condition standpoint. A nice pair of females there at the bottom, an extremely good one at the top end. Let's congratulate those kids.
Auctioneers and Union Bank and Trust. Our sheep will be back in the show ring tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock.
Results of Class 23, all other breeds, March, April 2019. Receiving a blue ribbon today, Megan Amos from Lincoln County. Second purple to
the
Jaylee
senior
Halstead
showmen
from
have been
Cumming
really,
County.
really good.
And
Once
first
again, just in
purple
terms
goes to
of
Ben
quality
Spencer of Buffalo
the kids
County.
are very high.
We'll now bring
do a
in
good job
Ben
with their
Spencer's
projects.
first
The
purple
top
from
end
class
is sort of, for
22.
me, once again, just a little
And
quicker
his
in
first
terms of their
purple from
pace, in
class
terms of the
23
motion,
to complete
faster
for
in terms
the
of their
selection
ability,
of your
just in
champion,
terms of
all
getting
other
one
breeds
propped up.
heifer.
But we get towards the middle or towards the bottom of it, maybe some kids that once again are struggle with knowing what they need to look like in terms of just being very quick and smooth. And maybe sometimes the goats want to get a little more fidgety with the kids, maybe just I want to fight with them a shot and really nothing you can control at this point. But maybe on the outside, if you struggle with something, maybe tune in and watch the top end and see what I see just in terms of being a little better balance in terms of their angles, a little better just in terms of being set up. But once again, across the board, the kids do a really good job with their projects. Just some nitpicking in terms of grouping them up. If you would please give them all a big round of applause as they exit the ring.
Over here on the cattle side, you got two class winners that obviously in this AOB division, there's a lot of difference here just in terms of where they're at. And I think that both of them have pieces that you have to appreciate. The difference to me is that there's one of them whose pieces all fits together and one of them whose pieces probably just don't blend together quite as well as they need to today. Young lady out of the second class is going to be your champion. Young lady out of the first class is going to be your reserve. Let's congratulate both of them.
Here's the results of your senior showman class 5 for goats.
And
Purple ribbon
congratulations
winners included Lena,
to your
Elena
champion,
Feynmeyer
all other
of
breeds heifer,
Bayer
exhibited by
County.
Ben Spencer. This
Taya
will be your first
Hamilton
purple
from
from
Merritt
class
County.
23. Ben Spencer
Blue
also
ribbon
wins
winners,
the all
Cameron
other
Klein
breeds
of
reserve
Howard
championship
County.
with
And
his
red
first
ribbon
purple from
winners
class
is Sarah Mitchell
22.
from Holt County, Taryn Shepard from Greeley County, Wade Ewalt from Adams County, and Zachary Pittman from Lancaster County. We'll be bringing in those purple ribbon winners to pick our top 3 showmen for our senior group.
Class 24 to the gate and class 25 to the gate. Second call, class 26. First call, class 27. Second call, class 26. First call, class 27. Class 24, you're entering the ring. Class 25, you need to check in at the gate. I think the heavier one, or the older one, the one Brianna Bockhammer was showing from class, that one won it, I think. I'm pretty sure. And if you're just joining us on the south side of 5 Points Bank Arena, we are in the middle of the 4-H breeding beef show. We are about to start our classes of Angus breeding beef. We do have 5 classes today of Angus breeding beef. We are on class 24 of the day, and I believe we will be going to class 47. Would like to take a few minutes to thank everyone behind the scenes that make all of our 4-H breeding beef classes possible, from our ringman, Brianna Boozman, extension professor, Nebraska 4-H and UNL Animal Science, our UNL livestock judging team members, coached by Blaine French out of Lincoln, Nebraska, our livestock data coordinator, Katie Pleskotch, Nebraska extension educator in Butler County, computer entry today, Stacy Keys, extension assistant in Thurston County, our arena steward, Brianna Bussman from UNL Animal Science. Our blow and go checker today is Tyler Wolken, extension assistant in Jefferson County. The gate is being run by Aaron Schultz of Saunders County. Check-in today, Rhonda Herrick, Nebraska extension educator, Kearney and Franklin counties. Jamie Ancrum, extension assistant from Richardson County. Holly Alley, Nebraska extension assistant in Clay County. And our assistant superintendents, Amy Topp of Wayne County, Steve Pritchard, Boone and Nance counties, and Carrie Elson of Buffalo County, and our beef superintendent for 2020, Ashley Benish, the 4-H Youth Development Coordinator for UNL East Campus. And again, we'd like to welcome Ashley Judge of Loveland, Colorado, to our breeding beef competition today. She's done a fantastic job so far. Again, we're about halfway through our breeding beef show, class number 24 of 47 classes. The first class of our Angus breeding beef. We do have 3 exhibitors in class 24, Briar Lampy, Caden Ghana, and Addison Cotton.
The top end of this senior showmanship's been tremendous. Once again, if you're on the outside and maybe struggle with some showmanship or wonder why you're not in the mix, maybe tune in and watch a few of these kids, or maybe the ones I pull off in terms of your top 3. Very, very good. Quick in terms of just getting things done. Big thing for me, knowing what those animals need and just getting it done quickly. And not to take away from any of those kids that don't end up being in the top 3. Once again, you made it this far in a really tough classes, and compliments to you for being in this mix again. Once again, hats off to you adult leaders that get to be around these kids on a day-to-day basis. Just tremendous in terms of the way they carry themselves. Very, very humble in terms of being at the top or even losing and accepting defeat. Very humble and just world-class in terms of the way they carry themselves. If you would just give these kids a big round of applause, I'll show you the 3 that hit me the hardest today.
Just a reminder to our top 3 senior goat showmen, you must go to the blue backdrop to have your photos taken when you leave the show ring.
I'll be the first to admit to you, this young man's heifer I'm going to go ahead and use to win this class is plenty big for me. I'd like to maybe tone her down just ever so slightly in terms of her frame size and her maturity for this stage, but I still think she's the best one out here just in terms of quality. The way she gets out and goes, the way she balances from the side, the extra softness she has to the center portion of her rib. Like I said, size-wise, she's maybe pushing it just a little bit for me in terms of calling that one a September, but I still think that she's the best one out here. The heifer that stands directly behind her is probably, yes, at a deficit just in terms of size. She's one that I think certainly gets out and goes and is awesome in terms of her feet and her legs, and she's got a world of future ahead of her. I love the looseness to her spine. I think she's very, very genuine in terms of the shape and dimension to her rib, but I go ahead and start walking her. She's one that, you get that one out and you set her in motion.
Congratulations,
She's
our
maybe
grand
just not
champion,
wanting to set
senior
down
showman,
quite like
Taya
she needs
Hamilton
to
from
off of
Merritt
those
County.
rear
Your
wheels
reserve
today,
champion,
but I
senior
think
goat
that's just a
showman,
factor
is
of
Ben
her being
Spencer from
greener
Buffalo
and
County.
just needing a
And
little
your
bit
third
more
place
time to
senior
get her feet
showman
underneath
is
her.
Kason
The heifer
Burns
that's
from
going to round out
Lincoln
this
County.
group is really
Just a
long-bodied
reminder
and
to our top
extended.
three
She's
senior
awfully,
showmen,
awfully
you must
green.
go over to have
She's
your
one that
photo
you get in
taken
from behind
at
her.
the
She
blue
wants to
backdrop.
pull those
We're
hocks
about
and
ready
arrow
to
up
get
all
in,
the way down to
ready
the
for
ground.
Class
I
1
don't know if I
intermediate
read the
showman.
extra softness to the center portion of her belly like I do in those top two females. Let's congratulate those kids.
And results of Class 24 Angus heifers, September-October 19. Receiving a blue ribbon today, Addison Cotton from York County. Second purple goes to Briar Lampy, Red Willow County. And first purple to Caden Ghana, Lancaster County. Now entering the ring, we have 2 entries in our Class 25 Angus heifers, May-June 2019.
Some pretty big differences between these two females, and the heifer that I'm going to use to win, I just think is female. She's got so much maternal quality to her and femininity and attractiveness. She balances awesome from the side. I love the freshness and degree of condition that she comes to me in today. She's one that I guess, I know this isn't a very technical term, but she just kind of wants to get a little funky in terms of her hip and the way it kind of hooks up into her spine. She kind of wants to pull those hocks a little bit from behind, and I'd like to tweak that about her, but I still think she gets out and meets her stride. She's good in terms of the angle to her shoulder. There's a lot of stoutness and power in this heifer that comes directly behind her, a lot of foot and bone, a lot of dimension when you get up on top of this one and get in from behind her. She's just a little bit coarser all the way through. She doesn't blend all of her pieces together quite like she needs to. She, too, for that extra power she has up high, doesn't stay square and genuine all the way down to the ground. Let's congratulate those kids.
And results from Class 25 Angus heifers, May, June 19. Second purple to Taven Uden from Franklin County. And first purple goes to Jay Stagmeyer from Holt County. Now entering the ring, we have Class 26. This is one of our larger Angus heifer classes. These are Angus heifers, calf March, April 2019. And just some information for all of our Angus exhibitors and their families. There's going to be a junior Angus meeting 30 minutes after the conclusion of the Angus show at the Pump and Pantry tent east of the Hog Barn, if anyone would like to attend. Thanks.
Well, a really good way to start off the junior part of the showmanship. Once again, the top end, very good in terms of knowing what those animals need, being very quick in terms of placement, just knowing where I am at times as well. Maybe some kids are caught off guard in terms of where I am in the ring. Once again, the top end really good. We get on towards the middle, maybe some goats that maybe want to fight the kids a shot in terms of just maybe getting a shot, fidgety, maybe a little moving down low, maybe not as just quick in terms of getting one set up. But towards the bottom, some goats that want to fight the kids again in terms of just moving around the ring, maybe not leading perfectly, maybe some that want to just don't drive as hard as well. Once again, just across the board, just some small things that shake them out in terms of grouping them up, but across the board, the kids do a really good job with their projects. If you would, please give them all a big round of applause.
Here's the results of your Class 1 Intermediate Goat Showman. Purple Ribbon winners, Austin Cam and Cumming County, Bailiff Aaron's of Saline County, Burke Suttles of Lancaster County. Blue Ribbon winners, Abby Negley of Dawson County, Brianna Pittman of Lancaster County. Your Red Ribbon winners of Class 1, Adeline Scher of Lincoln County, Aiden Schindler of Cedar County, Ashlyn Zrinski of Seward County, and Brooke Carey of Holtz County. Entering the ring now will be Class 2 of your Intermediate Goat Showman.
one of those classes where there's probably not just that one that comes to mind that needs to go ahead and win, and I think that there's a lot of discussion to be had here at this top end. The heifer that I'm going to use is just a little bit more my type and kind in terms of her moderation, in terms of her cowiness, in terms of the way that shoulder lays into her. She's one that I'll be the first to admit to you, I think she's got plenty of foot and bone underneath her, but she kind of hammers those back legs into the ground a little bit more than I'd like to see. She maybe gets a little funky in terms of her hip and the way her tail head lays into her, but I think that there's just more true, genuine cow in that one, minus the hair, than the stands and the heifer directly behind her. The heifer directly behind her has got a lot of cool pieces to her. She's one that I think balances extremely well. She's got a tremendous amount of foot and bone underneath her. I love the way she utilizes her hock, the way she sets down at the ground. You get off on that three-quarter view of that one, and she is carrying a lot of shoulder. You get up on top of her, she's super open there in the way she carries it, and she doesn't open up into a forerib and a center body, an extra maternal rib cage like she needs to. That, alongside the fact that that one's plenty big, that one's plenty mature for me at this stage. The heifer that comes directly behind her is one that's really moderate, and she's probably given up some just in terms of overwhelming size, but I think that that one's just super, super cowy, super complete. She really just needs to transition better from the top side of her neck into her shoulder and her forerib. She gets a little bit frailer in terms of her foot and her bone underneath her, but that's just a really complete type of a female. Stout, powerful, big-legged one that comes out next, that's carrying just a little bit more in terms of her condition. She's wanting to get plainer and crestier about her head and her neck and her shoulder, but I do like the extra mass and dimension that that one has. A really long, extended type of a female that comes out next that needs to be longer in terms of her neck. She gets a little bit shorter up there. She wants to duck those pins up underneath her. A long, extended heifer that needs to get out with more athleticism out of that hip and hind leg. We get down to a pair of females here at the bottom end that, again, structurally just need to be freed up off either end for me to move them any higher. Let's congratulate those kids.
And results of Class 26 Angus heifers, March, April 19, receiving red ribbons today. Clay White from Pierce County, Julia Wolf from Saunders County. Blue ribbons go to Cerise Jansen, Adams County, Maddox Jones, Buffalo County, Casey Detlefs, Buffalo County, and Kaylee Moeller, Hall County. Second purple goes to Ansley Mirande from Chase County, and first purple to Michaela Samuelson from Adams County. Just wanted to let everyone know to make sure to check the class numbers in the current Nebraska 4-H Extension app. All of our programs are located on the app, and class numbers have been updated. So parents and exhibitors, please make sure to check all updated class numbers so you know what class we are on and what class you need to be in. Currently entering the ring, we are on Class 27 Angus heifers, January, February 2019.
I'll make a few more comments.
This is one of our larger Angus heifer classes.
The young lady's her showmanship ability that it lands her towards the
there
top
are 11 entries in this class. Following Class 27, we will have our final class of Angus heifers, Class 28, and then we'll have our first purples return for our selection of the champion Angus heifer.
He's the best balance in my mind, just in terms of being complete and well put together in terms of showmanship. The young man's doe that's still in the mix in terms of being purple, that one wants to drive just a little hard on him, maybe needs to pop her front end just a shot, but when she is collected as well, it looks good in motion in the same breath. The young lady's doe that comes and stays purple, for me, once again, when that one is collected, she gives me a good look. At this particular time, wants to fight the young lady a shot, and when she does get her together, gives me a really good look. Kind of the same story for the young man that ends up in the blue category, maybe a heavier weight doe that maybe wants to get just a little stronger for the young man, maybe doesn't want to just cooperate perfectly, pulls back just a shot, but when he does get into her, gives me a good look. As we get on down the line in terms of just being blue or red, maybe some differences that I see once again in terms of being automatic, keeping your animal stuck from all angles, and maybe some differences in terms of maybe not coming together all the time in terms of maybe moving around. Once again, a really good set of goats. The kids do a good job showing them. If you would put your hands together for them.
Here's your results of Class 2 Intermediate Goat Showman. Your purple ribbon winners include Cash Parrish from York County, Claire Ganguish from Buffalo County, Hadley Picorni from Wheeler County. Blue ribbon winners will include Drew Samey from Platte County, Ellie Stein from Saunders County, and Julie Luby from Seward County. Red ribbon winners is Grace Mitchell from Holt County, Haley Scroggins from Washington County, and Justin Pope from Buffalo County. Entering the ring now will be Class 3 of your Intermediate Showman. There is a total of 5 classes. As our 4-Hers are in the ring showing their goats, we would like to thank Don Peterson Auctioneers. He is our sponsor for our Grand Champion Intermediate and Senior Showman. We do appreciate that, Don. And a big thank you to Union Bank and Trust as well, as they are a sponsor of our 3 placings in both our Intermediate and Senior Showman.
It's an interesting group of heifers here at the top end, and this heifer is about to shove this young man out of here.
Well,
but
maybe a set of showmen that maybe just a little more challenging in terms of diving into them. Maybe the top end for me, once again, maybe just a shot more automatic in terms of setting up the top end. Sort up a little quicker for me. Kids that know what their projects need in terms of placement, a little quicker in terms of pulling the trigger. We get on down the line, maybe a struggle for me in terms of sorting them out. Maybe some that want to get a little off in terms of the way they set up. Maybe some goats that want to overdrive or maybe don't drive enough. Towards the end, once again, the kids do a good job with their projects. Maybe just some differences in terms of placement once again. Maybe some that want to get towards the outside of the ring, maybe buried in a corner as well. A nice set of showmen. The kids do a good job with their projects. If you would please give them all a big round of applause.
Sorry about that. Again, we got some heifers here at the top end of this group that I think are all moderate. They're cowy, and they've got some balance, and they've got some look to them. But when you really study them for how genuine they are, this heifer that I'm going to use to win, you get in from behind her. She's actually got the most stoutness to her. She's got the most up high. She's the most genuine in terms of her rib. She still gets out and goes with some athleticism, some foot, and some bone underneath her. You get in from behind her and you watch her go from behind. She kind of wants to swing that left rear leg just ever so slightly. I'd like to lengthen her out through her neck and her front end too, but I think that there's the most good in that one from a future cow potential standpoint. The heifer that's going to stand here in second is awesome from the side. She's super good balanced. I love the way that neck sits onto the top side of her shoulder. She's one that I think certainly has pieces you have to like. She gets frailer all the way down to the ground. You get her out and you set her in motion. I don't think she handles her spine and her hip quite as well as the heifer that's going to go ahead and win. She wants to just swing them outside of herself ever so slightly off of those rear two as well. Young lady that's coming out next, I love this one on the standstill. I love this one in terms of the way her feet and legs are put underneath her. She just does a disappearing act when you get in from behind her. She wants to get awfully narrow and peaked in terms of the way her rib cage lays into her. She's flatter and narrower out through her hip and all the way down to the ground. But I love that one in terms of her feet and her legs and the cow power, or cow potential, that she has. Really big, long, extended female that comes out next. I love the front 2/3 of this one that balances extremely well. She wants to kind of pivot off of those that hip and hind leg. She just doesn't set down, grab the ground like she needs to in terms of her hip, her hawk, and the way she puts them down to the surface. But I think a really nice female for that young man. I'd like to clean her up in terms of her condition around her tail head. A moderate, complete type of a female that comes out next. It just gives up a lot in terms of extras from the side. She's one that wants to deviate in terms of her spine, throw that tail head into the air, and just get plainer in her general build all the way through, especially when you set that one into motion. She's the young lady that's going to come out next has got a really big, high-performing, long, extended type of a female that's just a little bit plainer and more coarse in terms of her head and her neck and her shoulder. She needs to be softer in through her rib cage as well. We get to a couple of females out here that fall out from a balance perspective and have some structural things that need to be tweaked on them in order for them to get any higher. Young lady that's coming out here around the corner, I think you give that one just a little bit more feed and time and maturity in terms of her rib cage. She can go up higher in this group because I think her running gears are awfully good. The pair of females down here at the bottom end fall out from a quality and a balance perspective. Let's give all those kids a nice hand.
And results from Class 27 Angus heifers, January, February 2019, receiving red ribbons today: Tara Lee Hudson, Thayer County; Donald Rohr, Frontier County; Casey Detlefs, Buffalo County; Caleb Peterson, Polk County; and Kyra Ray, Merritt County. Blue ribbons go to Jaden Fleischman, Burke County; Brayson Hawkswell, Red Willow County; Corey Kirsten, Douglas Sarpy County; and Dylan Wendell, Gosper County. Second purple goes to Jesselyn Hudson from Thayer County, and your first purple goes to Kyson Ghana from Lancaster County. We now have Class 28 in the ring, 3 exhibitors. This will conclude our Angus heifer classes today. Following Class 28, we will bring back the first and second purples for the selection of your champion Angus heifer. After our champion Angus heifer is selected, we'll go into our Charolais classes, followed by our composite Charolais.
I'm a really big fan of this heifer that's going to go ahead and win this class. My only criticism of her is I just wish she was a little bit better and a little bit more opened up right there on the back side of her shoulder in terms of her forerib. But past that, I think that one's fresh. I think that one's attractive. I think she's got a killer hip and hind leg in her. I think she puts a lot of good pieces together out here. The heifer that comes directly behind her is one that, for the extra power and stoutness that one has, she actually balances pretty well and puts all of her pieces together. She just doesn't have the elite look, front end, femininity, attractiveness, and freshness of that heifer that's going to go ahead and win. Young man that's going to round out this group, he's got a female that maybe is just a little bit too tipped over in terms of the angle to her shoulder. She's tighter in terms of her hip and her hind leg. I like the length and extension and freshness that one comes to me at, though. Let's congratulate those kids.
Another good group of showmen to work through. The kids towards the top ends, once again, very smooth in terms of the way they operate around the ring, very automatic in terms of getting their animals placed. Young lady that hits me the hardest from the outside, a very well-balanced type of animal, easy to set up from multiple angles. The young lady does a nice job keeping that one together in terms of his shoulder, in terms of his look. The young lady that ends up in the mix at a tighter race, and maybe at times that one wants to get a shot more stretched out, not perfect in terms of his top line, or one that needs to be fought a little bit from that regard. But we get on towards the middle and towards the bottom, once again, maybe some animals that want to get a little off in terms of the line, maybe not perfect in terms of being braced, and maybe some does that aren't accustomed to that in the same breath. Still yet, I like an animal that's set up at a very high degree. Even if you bring a big doe in class, don't worry so much about bracing them up. Still need to be square and just well presented. Across the board, the kids do a really good job with their projects, maybe towards the bottom, and maybe once again some that want to fight the exhibitors a shot, and maybe some that aren't accustomed to being in a big group as well. The kids do a really good job with their projects. If you would, please give them all a big round of applause.
Here's your results of your Class 4 Intermediate Goat Showman. Purple ribbon winners, Paige Williams of Saunders County and Taylor Schaff of Holt County. Your blue ribbon winners will include Riley Hopkins of Colfax County and Teresa Klein of Seward County. Red ribbon winners are McKenna Schaff of Holt County, Quinn Castle of Saline County, Samuel Boggle of Lancaster County, Schuyler Hansen of Seward County. Our final class of intermediate showmen are entering the ring. This will be Class 5.
What a tremendous lineup of Angus females out here. Let's go ahead and give these kids a nice round of applause. First and foremost, I'm really happy with these cattle, these class winners, as they get back out here. I think all of them are exceptionally good in terms of the way they put all their pieces together from a balance standpoint. But more than anything, they're cattle that I think you'd be proud to go ahead and kick out on pasture and be really confident that they could go ahead and be successful as cows and keep their flesh and go on and do something outside past standing here in this show ring. There's one of them that suits my fancy pretty well, and I think that there's some discussion to be had after that. But let's go ahead and give these kids another round of applause. I'll go out and pick your champions.
And congratulations to Tucker Stegmeyer with your your champion Angus heifer. This will be your first purple from class 28. Reserve champion goes to Jay Stegmeyer. Your first purple from class 25. Results of class 28, receiving a blue ribbon, Brayston Hawkswell from Red Willow County. Second purple to Chase Cotton from York County. And of course, first purple goes to Tucker Stegmeyer from Holt County, going on to be your champion Angus heifer. We have, and then commercial, and then balancer, Hereford, and that's it. We kind of got a little ways. But you're doing great. Hey, you're doing great, but we'll now go to Class 29. Class 29 begins our Charolais breeding beef competition. We do have 2 classes in our Charolais breeding beef class competition today. In Class 29, there are 4 exhibitors. Following our Charolais classes, we will move on to our composite Charolais and then our commercial breeding beef. We are on Class 29 of 47 total breeding classes today at the Nebraska State Fair.
Well, really a strong way to wrap up the classes of the intermediate showman towards the top end. Once again, animals that should give you a sharp look from the outside in terms of being balanced. The young man does a really good job in terms of placement, in terms of getting his animal propped up at a very high degree fast. The young lady that comes up next are really close. That one wants to pull back a shot. When she does really get that one stuck and collected, should give you a good look of quality from the outside. Young lady does a nice job with their project. Kind of the same story as we get on towards the middle. Some animals that maybe want to get a shot fidgety in terms of cooperation. maybe want to work outside of the line, maybe move off a shot. Towards the end, the kids that end up in the red mode, I guess, once again, they need to drive a shot harder, maybe get a little more aggressive in terms of just getting into their projects. Across the board, the kids do a tremendous job with their animals. Really anxious to see them in the final drive of the intermediates. If you would, please give all these kids a big round of applause as they exit the ring.
Here are your results of Class 5 Intermediate Showman. Purple ribbon winners, Ty Peterson of Dodge County, Maya Carey of Holt County. Blue ribbon winners will be Tripton Stack of Dawes County, Ty Klein of Howard County. Red ribbon winners are Allie Negley of Dawson County and Jasper Langley of York County. Set to enter the ring now will be momentarily your purple ribbon winners from each one of our intermediate showman class.
I like a lot of things about this heifer that's going to go ahead and win this class, and I think that she is awfully, awfully good from the side. I think she's so stout and powerful and still very genuine in terms of the shape to her forerib and center body. Very, very fresh. You know, my biggest criticism or my biggest fault in that one is that one's got huge legs. But if you study her in terms of her feet are pretty small. I wish her feet more so correlated with the extra stoutness that she has up high and the stoutness that she has in terms of her bone. I think if you gave her just a little bit more heel, gave her just a little bit more foot size, that would really let her get out and go better off either end of her build. But I think that one is awfully nice. A practical, moderate, bold-sprung type of a heifer that comes out next that just doesn't have the extra look, the pizzazz, the extras, I guess, all together as that heifer that goes ahead and wins that class from a balance perspective. She's one that I definitely think, comparatively speaking, has the advantage just in terms of rib design and structure in comparison to the heifers directly behind her. This heifer here in third is long and extended and good balance, but I'd like to just soften her up in terms of her rib, level her out in terms of her hip structure. She's one, too, that you get her out and you set her in motion. Maybe just doesn't get out like she needs to. I'd like to trim up her feet ever so slightly. And then the young lady that's going to round out this group is one that's just moderate, and she just gives up too much out here. She's a little bit plainer in terms of her look. She gets flatter and narrower from behind. And like I said, just gives up too much body and dimension and power to some of the other heifers in this group. Let's congratulate those kids.
And results of Class 29, Charlotte heifers, calved March-April 2019, receiving blue ribbons, Callie Stewart, Cedar County, Dax Bemmer, Wayne County. Second purple goes to Aubrey Jensen from Pierce County, and first purple to Taylin Sandley from Polk County. Currently entering the ring, we have Class 30, Charlotte heifers, calved January-February 2019. Following this class, we will have our first purple return for the selection of the champion and reserve champion, Charlotte heifer.
Well, a really good way to wrap up the showmanship part of the day. Once again, it's been a lot of fun to work with the kids and with their projects. Hats off to you adult leaders that get to be around these kids on a day-to-day basis. Extremely world-class in the way they handle themselves, extremely humble in terms of accepting defeat or even winning. Very, very good just in terms of carrying themselves at a very high degree in the class. So once again, if you would please give all these kids a big, big round of applause. Even the kids that are in the mix at this stage or even on the outside, once again, you do a really good job and keep working. If you wonder what it is that I see or look for, once again, if you're on the outside, maybe tune in and really look at these kids that are really in the mix. Very, very good in terms of being automatic, staying very calm, cool, and collective in terms of getting their projects stuck and holding them together and making not a huge deal out of getting it done, just very quick in terms of their pace. So one more time, it's been a lot of fun to work through them. If you would give them a big round of applause, I'll show you the three I like the best tonight.
A really good place to start in this Schuyler female that just checks all the boxes in terms of balance, femininity, and still having so much stoutness and power. And I love the extra foot and bone she has underneath her. I love the way she gets out and goes in terms of her skeleton, the angle to her shoulder. She's one that I think is super fresh. She wants to click those back wheels or back pasterns forward just ever so slightly. And again, it's not a factor of her being unsound. It's the fact that she's so soft in terms of those pasterns that she's maybe just not quite as stable as she needs to be. But that's being super critical of a female that I think just puts so many good pieces together. Just a nice, complete type of a heifer that comes out next. She doesn't have the extras in terms of look from the side, stoutness from behind, and foot and bone of that other female, but that's a good, solid, basic brood cow that's certainly going to go out and be successful when you turn her out to pasture and make her into a cow someday. This heifer that's going to come out here in third has got pieces that you got to like in terms of her extra boldness, her stoutness, and her power. She just unfortunately comes in too many pieces. Her shoulders falling out in her. She wants to deviate in terms of that top line, and all of those pieces don't get put together quite like they need to be. Let's congratulate those kids.
And results of Class 30 Charolais heifers, January-February 2019. Receiving a blue ribbon today, Ava Stewart from Cedar County. Second purple to Kyson Ghana from Lancaster County. And first purple to Addison Albers from Cumming County. We'll now have our first purple from Class 29, exhibited by Taylin Sandley. And our first purple from Class 30, exhibited by Addison Albers, return to the ring. We'll also have our second purple
for your photos.
Pull into the holding area.
Congratulations, your
as we select our champion Charolais heifer.
Bert Settles of Lancaster County. The reserve champion is DeCache Parish of York County, and third place senior.
You know, probably not the numbers out here that we've had in some of these other breeds, but these class winners and these top two females are awfully impressive. For very different reasons out here. This heifer that comes out of the first class is just killer from the side in terms of what she puts together, and I think that there's a lot of good in that one, especially when you really study how fresh and genuine she is. The heifer that comes directly behind her is just no holes cattle. That kind is just so hard to sit here and say, what do you pick on that one, what do you change on that one, because I do think she puts together so many pieces. I guess those of you guys staying ringside by now should know that I like the extra softness and the structure of some of these cattle, and that'll tell you how I'm going to go here. Young lady out of the second class is going to be your champion. Young lady out of the first class is going to be reserved. Congratulations.
And congratulations to Addison Albers from Cumming County for exhibiting the champion Charolais heifer. The reserve champion Charolais heifer comes out of Class 29, first purple, exhibited by Taylin Sandley. Congratulations, ladies. We are now moving into our composite Charolais breeding beef classes. We do have 3 classes today of composite Charolais. In the ring now is our Class 31, 2 entries, Devin Benish and Brant Benish. Devin is of Saunders County, Brant is in Boone County.
The heifer I'm going to go ahead and use to win this class definitely gives up some of the extra power of the peach heifer, and I think she's one that is awfully green. But when you get this one and get that extra condition on her, I think she's one that's built just a little bit more for the long haul in terms of her spine, the angle to her shoulder, the way she gets out and goes out of her hip and utilizes her hock. Again, she's really, really green right now, and she's given up a lot to this other heifer, but I still think that there's more lateness of maturity and future in that one. The heifer that comes directly behind her is no doubt Stout. She is powerful when you get in from behind her with that stoutness and with that power. She's carrying just a shot more shoulder. You get that one out and you ask her to move. She's wanting to get too upright in terms of the angle to that shoulder. She gets tighter and more pinched in the center portion of her spine. She throws that tail head up in the air, and she just doesn't get out and go like she needs to out of that hip and the way she utilizes her hock and her pastern. But it's still a really nice female that I like for the extra power and stoutness she has. Let's go ahead and congratulate those kids.
Second purple in Class 31 goes to Brant Benish of Boone County. First purple goes to Devin Benish of Saunders County. Entering the ring now, we have our Class 32 market beef composite Charolais heifers. This is our largest class of composite Charolais today. We do have 6 entries.
Despite the fact that this heifer just really did not want to come around this corner for this young man, she's easily the best one out here in terms of how well she sits that neck on top of her shoulder, how long-spined and loose-spined she is, how good she is at the ground, and still so youthful and fresh. I'd like to tweak her maybe just a little bit in terms of her hip structure, but that's being really, really critical of a female that, again, for how fresh she is and genuine she is so well balanced and so good at the ground. Heifer that stands directly behind her mimics her in terms of type and kind. She doesn't have that extra cool neck and head in her like the heifer that wins. She too needs to be picked up in terms of her pin set ever so slightly. She wants to open up at the top side of her shoulder, but she still has some genuine shape to her rib dimension from behind and softness in terms of the way she sets down at the surface. Big, stout, powerful female that comes out next that just needs to hinge a little different off either end. She wants to get more uncoordinated in the way she sets down off of those rear two. I'd like to trim up those feet, and I think that that would help her. The heifer that's going to come out next is one that's really long-bodied and extended. She falls out from a balance perspective. Her plain front end and chest just doesn't really transition into the center portion of her body. And the next two heifers are ones that just structurally speaking have got to get tweaked. That gold heifer is stout and powerful, but too straight off either end. And the young man that's going to round out this group just gives up too much in terms of power, dimension, and rib shape. Let's congratulate those kids.
And results of Class 32 Composite Charolais Heifers, March-April 2019. Receiving red ribbons today, Ben Clement and Caden Holland. Blue ribbons go to Gunnar Wolf and Griffin Goring. Second purple goes to Madison Borg of Dixon County. And first purple to TJ Mueller of Lancaster County. Currently in the ring, we have a single entry, Class 33 Composite Charolais Heifers, calved August through December 2018. The exhibitor in this class is Jade Paxton from Lincoln County.
A really nice single entry that'll be great to get back out here in your grand drive. Again, the type and kind of cattle that are just no holes and good. Sound structured, moderate, big bellied. She's one that you can tell is getting closer and closer to calf here, but still holding herself together extremely well. I love how youthful and fresh and feminine she still looks. Like I said, I think that one will be awesome to get back out here in Grand Drive. Congratulations.
Jade Paxton from Lincoln County receives a purple ribbon for Class 33. We will now bring back our purple ribbons from our composite Charolais classes. From Class 31, first purple to Devin Benish from Saunders County. From Class 32, first purple to TJ Mueller from Lancaster County. And from Class 33, first purple to Jade Paxton of Lincoln County.
Three really nice class winners out here, and I think that there's two of them that match up extremely well, and probably just in terms of type and kind maybe aren't exactly alike, but still represent sound structured, good built cattle that are very, very attractive and put all of their pieces together in a very feminine and maternal package. I'm going to go out and select your champion in reserve. Let's congratulate these kids.
And congratulations, your champion composite Charolais heifer is exhibited by Jace Paxton. This is your first purple out of Class 33. Jade is out of Lincoln County. Your reserve champion heifer is exhibited by TJ Mueller of Lancaster County. Congratulations. We'll now move into our commercial breeding beef classes. We do have 6 classes of heifers in our commercial breeding beef classes. Entering the ring, we have Class 34 commercial breeding beef. This is a single entry class. Exhibitor in this class is Jacob O'Day from Red Willow County. Commercial heifers in this class were born between November and December 2019.
A really young heifer calf this young man brings out here to kick off the commercial show. But again, like many that I've talked today in terms of where they're at, she's super, super green, but all the pieces are there. The length, the extension, the femininity, how good she is at the surface in terms of her angles and her joints. She just needs more time and time on feed to really get there. But I think there's a bright future ahead of that one. Let's congratulate him as they exit the ring.
And results of Class 34 purple ribbon goes to Jacob O'Day of Red Willow County. Currently in the ring, we have Class 35 commercial heifers. These heifers were calved between September and October of 2019. Again, we do have 6 classes of commercial heifers. Following our commercial heifer classes, we will have our balancer breeding beef, and then our Herefords.
Of all the young heifers out here, the Baldy female is the one that still has the most shape and dimension and true power when you get in from behind her and study her. She's probably got maybe just a little bit of extra leather there underneath her, or front end, but I don't think it throws her off from a balance perspective. I still think she proportions out and all of her pieces fit together extremely well. The heifer that stands directly behind her is one that has a lot of length and she has a lot of extension. Comparatively speaking to those next two, she reads with more real shape and dimension to her rib, power when you get in from behind her. She's a little bit thrown off again from a balance perspective. She's more open at the top of her shoulders. She's carrying just a shot too much chest already. I'd like to see her set down more comfortably off of those rear wheels as well. The heifer that comes in, actually both the heifers that come out next are super green and just give up a lot in terms of the extra softness to their rib, the extra boldness to their cage when you study them in behind their shoulder and their back. They're ones that just need, again, more time to really get there, and balance-wise just don't fill out and proportion out the way they need to at this stage in the game. Let's congratulate those kids.
And results of Class 35 commercial heifers, calved September-October 2019. Receiving blue ribbons today, Taylor Wagner, Buffalo County, and Gracie Wagner, Buffalo County. Second purple to Sage Brauback from Buffalo County. And your first purple goes to Madden Brauback from Buffalo County. Now entering the ring, we have Class 36 commercial heifers. These heifers were calved between May and June 2019. This is our third of 6 commercial heifer classes.
Of this top pair of heifers that are exceptionally good, the young lady's heifer that's going to go ahead and win is just a little bit more my speed. She's one that's a little bit more maternal in terms of her look. She's moderate. She's awesome in terms of the way her spine and her hip is built into her. She utilizes that hock like she needs to. She sets down at the ground like she needs to. She's not crazy, wild, stout, and powerful, or crazy, wild in the terms of the way her neck ties into the top side of her shoulder like the heifer that stands directly behind her, but she's not bad in any of those areas either. She's just super, super complete, no holes type of a female. This heifer that comes directly behind her, no doubt, has freaky cool pieces about her. That neck sits really high off the top side of that shoulder. She's big, she's stout, she's big-legged. There's no doubt that she puts some cool stuff together, and I actually love the front two-thirds of that heifer. I got to change that one in terms of her hip structure and the way she goes there. I got to change her in terms of the way she rotates out there, the way she sets down at the ground. just doesn't get out and go like she needs to in terms of her hip and her hind leg, and maybe it's just because she's wanting to just not act quite right out here today. And again, there's a lot of cool pieces in that one. I just don't read her to be as athletic and sound structured and maternal in her type and kind as that heifer that's going to go ahead and win. A pair of females down here at the bottom end of this group that unfortunately just run into some highly competitive females at the top end. Young lady that comes out next, that one's sound structured and long-bodied, but falls out in terms of balance and softness to her rib. The young lady that's going to round out this group is similar story. I'd like to change that one in terms of her hip structure and the way she goes off of those rear two. Let's congratulate those kids.
And receiving blue ribbons today in Class 36, Addie Donaldson from Boone County and Shia Rasmussen from Howard County. Second purple goes to Allison Walbrecht from Lancaster County, and first purple to Courtney Brockman from Cass County. We do have 3 commercial heifer classes left in our commercial breeding beef drive. This is our largest class of commercial breeding beef, Class 37. We do have 12 entries in this class.
These top 4 heifers are awfully, awfully good. Not just these top 2, but I especially like these top 2. And they're not perfect by any means. Both of them probably need to be tweaked just a little bit in terms of their back feet. And that's probably my greatest criticism of both of them. But this black and white heifer that's going to go ahead and start out, I just think is the best in terms of the way she puts all of her pieces together in the freshest package and still has enough to her. The heifer that stands directly behind her is stouter and more powerful. There's no doubt about that. But I love the looseness to this one's hip and her spine and the way her shoulder lays into her, the way that neck sits into her shoulder. And if you get her out and you set her in motion, she's not perfect off of those rear 2. She's one that maybe just doesn't quite set him down and grab the ground like she needs to, but she's still better in the shape and the size to her foot than the heifer that stands here directly behind her. This heifer right here is long-bodied, she is big, and she is stout and powerful. When you get up on top of her and you get in from behind her, the young lady does an incredible job of getting her shown out here. She balances extremely well. I love the extra foot and bone she has underneath her. You get that one out and you set her in motion, and she just falls apart in terms of the way that hip hooks up into that spine, the way she sets down off of those rear 2. She just isn't comfortable in terms of the way she's built from her hock to her pastern to her foot all the way down to the ground. And I think it starts with the shape and size to her foot and her being just a shot more curl-toed and longer, especially on those outside toes. That's being really critical of a really nice female that's standing in second out here. The next 2 heifers that come out, the young man here in third, I think there's a lot that you have to like about this one in terms of her moderation, her genuine body shape, her power and dimension up high, and especially when you get in from behind her. She's a little bit coarser and more masculine about her head and her neck and her shoulder, and then when you get that one out and you set her in motion, she comes up just a couple inches short in terms of her stride. She just isn't super, super athletic in terms of the way she hinges out of that hip. If she could just get out and grab another gear in terms of her hip and her hind leg and not swing those back wheels to try and meet her front wheels, I think that you really gravitate towards sorting that heifer up higher in this group. The heifer that comes out next of this top 3 is carrying the most from a condition standpoint, and I think that's what drops her into this 4th slot. She's feminine, she's attractive, she's very, very maternal in terms of the way she's constructed, but she's a little chubby, and it throws her off from a balance perspective. She's carrying more chest in relation to her forerib, the center portion of her body, and her flank, and then you take her all the way down to the surface, and of that top 4, she's the frailest in terms of her foot and her bone work all the way down at the ground. We get down to the next 3 heifers. They are big and stout and powerful. It's structure that limits them any higher in this class. They have some body and dimension to them. They need to get out and move with more athleticism off either end. And then we get down to the bottom end of this group. Go ahead, guys, spin around. The red heifer that's going to come out is one that similar story, is stout and powerful, but she falls into a few more pieces today, especially from the side in terms of her balance. Black heifer is carrying just a little bit more condition, too short-necked up there through her front end and getting too cresty there. She needs to be changed in terms of the way she ducks her pins. Bottom end of this group of cattle are long-bodied, extended types that just fall out in terms of quality from the side and really need some more size, dimension, and look to get any higher in this group. Let's congratulate those kids, a tremendous top end.
And results of Class 37 commercial heifers, calf March, April 2019. Receiving red ribbons today, J. Lee Haggerty, Howard County. Jacob O'Day, Red Willow County. Gage Schildewitz, Dawson County. Clara Rasmussen, Howard County. Greta Lindbergh, Burke County. And Michaela Settles, Saunders County. Receiving blue ribbons today, Brennan Ahrens, Burt County. Colin Rasmussen, Boone County. Ethan Schwartz, Stanton County. And Brielle Wolf from Colfax County. Second purple goes to Allison Walbrecht from Lancaster County, and your first purple goes to Bryn Space from Kearney County. Currently in the ring, we have 2 entries in Class 38, commercial heifers, calved January, February 2019.
A pair of females that are really similar just in terms of their type and kind out here. They're heifers that both need to be tweaked in terms of their structure, but I still think the angles read better in the young lady's heifer that's going to go ahead and win this class. She's carrying just a shot too much chest, and I think if you took some of that off of her, she probably balances just a shot better, but she's longer in terms of her spine, longer and leveler in terms of her hip, and still built with just a shot more angularity to her skeleton. The heifer that's going to stand second is really stout and powerful, and oftentimes, as it does happen, with that extra stoutness and power, she's too opened up in terms of her shoulder, she's too tight in terms of her hip, and she just carries too much for her to really get out and be athletic and free in terms of the way she moves. Let's congratulate both those young ladies.
Second purple in Class 38 goes to Presley Hansen, Burt County. And your first purple in Class 38 goes to Aslan Jensen from Hamilton County. Rounding out our commercial heifer classes today is Class 39, a single entry from Sage Brabach from Buffalo County.
A really nice single entry to round out this group and this commercial show, and a heifer that's only about 2 weeks off from calving and definitely starting to show it. But I think that she still handles it extremely well, and for being so close, still happens to hold that hip point in her extremely well. Very fresh, feminine, attractive, very sound structured when you get her out and set her in motion. Let's congratulate that young lady.
And receiving a purple ribbon in Class 39, Sage Brabach from Buffalo County. We'll now move on to our selection of the champion and reserve champion commercial heifers, bringing back our first purples from Classes 34 through 39. Returning to the ring from Class 34, Jacob O'Day from Red Willow County. From Class 35, Madden Brabach from Buffalo County. Class 36, Courtney Brockman, Cass County. Class 37, Bryn Space from Kearney County. Class 38, Aslan Jensen from Hamilton County. And Class 39, Sage Brabach from Buffalo County.
We have a nice lineup of commercial females out here, and I think you got to concentrate on the middle section of this. Nothing to take away from the females that are on either end, but they come two classes here that I think the quality is really, really deep, especially out of this one. And they're just different in terms of their type and kind. You have one that's probably maybe not just the freaky one in terms of her pieces, but just very, very complete. probably needs to be built with just a shot more foot and bone and power, maybe lengthen her out, but that's just solid, good cattle. The heifer that stands directly behind her that does have those pieces in terms of her neck, her foot, her bone, her stoutness, all of those things, maybe just needs to be changed, at least for me, in terms of the softness to her pasterns and maybe just more so the shape and size to her foot. Those are both really nice females, and there'll be a second that's going to come in as well. I'm going to go out and pick your champion. Let's congratulate these kids.
Congratulations to Bryn Space from Kearney County. She receives the Champion Commercial Heifer Award. And your reserve champion goes to Allison Walbrecht from Lancaster County, who was second purple in Class 37. Congratulations, ladies. We now will move on to our balancer breeding beef competition. We do have 3 different classes represented in the ring right now. Class 40, exhibited by Keisha Alber of Webster County. Her heifer was calved between July and August of 2019. Class 41, Asa Star, Lincoln County. Heifer calved between March and April 2019. And Class 42, Justine Pope of Buffalo County, with a heifer calved between August and December 2018. We will review these heifers and then be sure to select a champion and reserve champion balancer heifer. Following our balancer competition, we will move into our Hereford, our polled Hereford and Hereford breeding beef. We do have 5 classes of Hereford heifers. Following our Herefords, we will move on to our selection of our Supreme Champion heifer and our Reserve Supreme heifer for the 2020 Nebraska State Fair.
We have 3 single entries out here that I'm going to talk about individually and then pick your champion and reserve. Young lady that comes out of this first class, again, Similar story to a lot of the heifers that are of this age and at this stage in the game that have come in already. There's a lot of future there. That one is awesome in terms of her spine and in terms of her hip. The flexibility that she has at the ground is tremendous and still very, very fresh and attractive up front. I'd like to maybe just transition her better from her chest into her forerib and her center body, maybe soften that flank a little bit, but I think those are things that'll come with time. I think there's a lot of good in that one. The heifer that comes in here in the middle is one that I think is just very, very practical in terms of her build. She's long and extended. You know, from a balance perspective, she probably falls out a little bit to either one of the heifers on the sides of her. She's carrying a little bit more chest. She's a little bit higher in terms of her tail head, and she gives up some just in terms of her foot and her bone. The heifer that comes out here as this big female, that one's got to be impressive to you. To get to this point in this stage and be that sound and that well balanced and that fresh, I think is truly and truly impressive. And for those of you guys that don't feed cattle, it's so hard to get ones to this point where they're this big and this good still. And I think that whoever's taking care of that one has just done a tremendous job. I'm probably alluding to how I like it here, but she's going to be your champion. Young lady out of first class is going to be your reserve. Let's congratulate both of them.
And receiving a purple ribbon out of Class 41, Asa Starr of Lincoln County. Your reserve champion balancer heifer was exhibited by Keisha Alber from Webster County. And your champion balancer heifer was exhibited by Justine Pope from Buffalo County. Congratulations. We'll now move into our Hereford and Polled Hereford breeding beef classes. We do have 5 classes in our Hereford classes today, starting with one single entry. From Kiera Bremer from Nance County.
A nice way to kick off your Hereford show here. You know, a heifer that's probably just not the stoutest or most powerful when you get up on top of her and when you take her all the way down to the ground, but very long-bodied, loose in terms of her structure, and still very, very fresh in terms of her condition. She's one that I think with time and feed and maturity and getting a calf in that one will really blossom in terms of her forerib and her belly shape. A really nice female to start out. Let's congratulate that young lady.
And receiving a purple ribbon in Class 43, Kiera Bremer from Nance County. Currently in the ring, we have Class 44 Hereford Heifers, calved May, June 2019. This is the second of 5 Hereford Heifer classes.
There's a lot of structural goodness in this one that's going to go ahead and win this class. Sweetheart, go ahead and pull her forward there. One that I think is just awesome in terms of the way she's constructed at the ground. She's really moderate, she's really cowy, and still very fresh and attractive and well balanced. I'd like to pick her up in terms of her pin set and fix her right there in terms of the way she just gets up underneath herself ever so slightly in terms of her hip. Pick that tail head up in her too, but still just a tremendous female to go ahead and win this class. Young man has one that's probably got more stoutness to her, but she's one that's also just a little bit shorter in terms of her neck. She's shorter in terms of her hip structure. She doesn't get out and go with the flexibility and the comfort of that heifer that's going to go ahead and win, but that's still a really high quality animal to be standing in second. Let's go ahead and congratulate both those young people.
Results of Class 44. Receiving second purple, Jackson Wright from Wheeler County. First purple goes to Jamie Hoblin from York County. We are now preparing for Class 45 Hereford Heifers, calved March, April 2019. This is our largest Hereford Heifer class today. The third of our 5 Hereford Heifer classes. Again, with 12 entries, this is the largest of our Hereford Heifer classes today. This is the third of 5 Hereford Heifer classes. Following the selection of our champion Hereford Heifer, please stick around for the selection of the Supreme Champion and Reserve Supreme Heifer for the 2020 Nebraska State Fair.
Young man brings a heifer out here that's the easy place to start in this group. Again, one of those that just checks all the boxes in terms of being long, well-balanced, sound-structured, comfortable in the way she goes. You know, at first, I think when she starts to want to fight the halter, you question that one maybe just a little bit in terms of her structure, but when she gets out and goes, I think she's fine. She's a shot big for me, and I'd like to tone her down in terms of her frame size, but I still think that that one's plenty acceptable. The one that I guess you got to decide what you're going to do with this is the young lady here in second, because I think there's a lot of quality in this female. She just doesn't want to come out here and be a show heifer today. She's stout, she's powerful, she's big-legged, she's sound structured. When that young lady gets her on the standstill and that heifer throws that neck in the air and cocks off, she's one that I think just has got a lot of good pieces to her. Again, she's not wanting to be a show heifer today. She's not wanting to cooperate with that young lady. It's really hard to get a good read on that one, but I still think there's a lot of quality there. The heifer that comes out next, if you could just tweak this one in terms of the center of her back, put a little bit different hip in her in terms of lifting her pin set and give her just a shot more foot and bone. I like a lot of things about this one in terms of her length, her femininity, her maternal quality. Like I said, just that center of her back when she gets out and goes, wants to get really pinched and tight. I want to pick her up in terms of her pins, and she's just a shot frailer at the surface in terms of her foot and her bone, and I think that only amplifies the fact that she's just not perfect there in terms of her hip structure. Young lady's heifer that comes out next is one that's really long and extended. She's really good in terms of her hip and level in the way she's constructed there. I like the way she sets down at the ground. She's really, really green still at this stage, and she's given up a lot in terms of softness to the center portion of her belly, softness to her flank line, and I think that that just throws her off just a little bit in comparison to those other females, but I still think that there's a lot of future in that one. The heifer that comes out next is one that's just really, really complete, but probably just doesn't have the extras to really get there. She's a little bit plainer about her head and her neck, but I like her stoutness and her dimension. She's one, too, that needs to be opened up in terms of her forerib and softened in terms of her flank. We get down to a heifer that comes out next that the building pieces are there. She's just given up a lot in terms of extra size and dimension and mass to some of these other heifers today. I like the running gears underneath that one. That one just needs a little bit more time on feed to really match up to some of those other heifers. We get down to some females here at the bottom end of this group that, again, in terms of balance and freshness of condition, where they're lacking and really structure on some of these females, they need to be more fluid and more athletic in terms of the way they're built, not only in their skeleton, but in terms of their joints at the ground. We get down to, again, a pair of females down here at the bottom end that just need more to them in terms of balance from the side and softness to the center portion of their rib cage. Let's congratulate those kids.
And results from Class 45 Hereford Heifers, calf March, April 2019. Receiving red ribbons today, Matthew Fleur from Seward County, Wyatt Sackchen from Lincoln County, Kagan Watoon from Custer County, Adeline Cisco, Pawnee County, Lacey Schmidt, Thayer County, Justine Wilkinson, Scottsbluff County. Receiving blue ribbons, Tad Kovarick, Valley County, Karina Samerda, Howard County, Kiara Brimmer, Nance County, Kiara Brimmer's second entry, Nance County. And receiving purple ribbons today, second purple to Trinity Jones from Platte County. And your first purple goes to Darrington Krebs from Sheridan County. Currently in the ring, we have 3 entries in Class 46, Hereford Heifers, calf January, February 2019.
Two really nice heifers here at the top end that are probably just a little bit different, but I'm going to take the extra moderation and softness of belly in this heifer that's going to go ahead and start. I think she balances extremely well. I think she's one that you take her all the way down to the surface. She's got more foot and bone underneath her. Still very, very attractive in terms of the pieces that she puts together. You get that one out and you set her in motion. She reads right in terms of her angles. She maybe just comes up just a shot short in terms of meeting that stride exactly like she needs to, but I think that that's an awfully nice female. The heifer that's going to come directly behind her is the bigger, longer, more extended one that's probably lengthier from her shoulder forward, longer in terms of her spine and her hip, but I think she's also the one that's given up some in terms of the softness and maternal quality to the center portion of her body. She's frailer when you take her all the way down to the ground in terms of her foot and her bone. I just don't think all of those pieces fit together quite as well as the female that's going to go ahead and win. Nothing to take away from the young lady that's going to go ahead and be in third today. There's a lot of stoutness. There's a lot of power, especially when you get up on top of that one. She's just not built the same as those other two in terms of her balance from the side and her structure when you take her all the way down to the ground. Let's congratulate those kids.
And results of Class 46 Hereford heifers receiving a blue ribbon today from Holt County, Madison Melcher. Second purple goes to Tucker Stegmeyer from Holt County, and first purple to Jace Stegmeyer, also from Holt County.
A really nice way to end out the Hereford show here today, and a nice senior yearling that comes out here in a really good rig in terms of her condition, one that I think is moderate and cowy, and I think, you know, as you predict this one going out, she's going to dry up a nice udder underneath her, one that's stayed plenty sound, and I think still holds herself together nicely. She'll be a nice addition back out here in Champion Drive. Congratulations.
Results of Class 47 receiving a purple ribbon, Kaylee Moeller from Hall County. We now have our first purples from our Hereford heifer classes returning to the ring. From Class 43, Kiera Brimmer. From Class 44, Jamie Hoblin. Class 45, Darrington Krebs. Class 46, Jay Stegmeyer, and Class 47, Kaylee Moeller.
What a tremendous way to end out the breeding heifer show here today on these Hereford females, and I think this makes me get really excited to get not only the champion out of this one, but all the other champions back out here for your Supreme. And I think that there's some real discussion to be had right here in the center section of these classes. Nothing to take away from the end and the very front, but these three heifers in the middle have got to be in your mind as top tier, in my opinion. The heifer that comes out of the second class is probably the oddball out among these three in terms of just being different. She's probably a little bit more moderate in terms of her size. She maybe runs downhill ever so slightly, but that one is awesome built at the ground. Super cowy in the way she's constructed in terms of her center body and rib cage, and I think that there's a lot of things about that one that are going to make her a tremendous brood cow and have a lot of breeding potential there. the heifer that stands directly behind her is one that you just love from the side in terms of the pieces she puts together, how attractive she is in terms of blending that front third into the center portion of her body, into her hip and her hind leg. She just kills it in terms of that. She's one that I think maybe, you could criticize her and say she needs maybe just a shot more softness to her forerib and her flank line, but I still think she proportions out extremely well out here. She's one that I guess for the freshness that she has still looks the part in terms of all of her pieces fitting together. And then the young man that's going to go ahead and win this next class is one that's probably a combination between the other two. She's got some moderation and some body and still balances extremely well, handles her hip extremely well. Probably not just crazy in terms of her neck and her look from the side as the heifer that stands directly in front of her, but again, still balances and proportions out extremely good. Let's go ahead and give these kids a round of applause. I'm going to go out and select your champion in reserve.
And congratulations to the champion Hereford heifer exhibited by Jay Stegmeyer from Holt County. Congratulations as well to the reserve champion Hereford heifer exhibited by Darrington Krebs from Sheridan County. This concludes our champion breed classes, and we will now move on to the selection of our supreme champion overall heifer. We will bring back our champion breeds that we've been selecting all afternoon to select our champion and reserve champion supreme heifer. As we prepare to select our supreme champion and reserve supreme champion breeding heifers today, we'd definitely like to take another minute to thank everyone behind the scenes that make our shows possible. Our ringmen today, the UNL livestock judging team, coached by Blaine French. This is the team from Lincoln, and they've done a great job coaching the kids and helping catch a few stray animals here and there. They've done a great job today. Our livestock data coordinator, Katie Pleskotch, Nebraska Extension Educator in Butler County. Computer entry, Stacy Keys, Extension Assistant in Thurston County. Our arena steward today, Brianna Bussman, UNL Animal Science. Our blow and go checker, Tyler Wolken, Extension Assistant, Jefferson County. Working the gate today, Aaron Schultz, Saunders County. Ring check-in, Rhonda Herrick, Extension Educator in Kearney and Franklin counties. Jamie Ankrum, Nebraska Extension Assistant in Richardson County. Holly Alley, Nebraska Extension Assistant in Clay County. And our assistant superintendents, Amy Top, Nebraska Extension Educator in Wayne County. Steve Pritchard, Nebraska Extension Educator in Boone and Nance counties. Carrie Elson, Nebraska Extension Educator in Buffalo County. And our beef superintendent this year, Ashley Benish, our 4-H Youth and Development Coordinator for UNL East Campus. We'd also like to make sure to thank Caitlin Kennedy and Maria Walker as well for making sure to keep us straight with ribbons, cards, and organizing everyone behind the scenes. Thank you to everyone to make this show possible. Thank you, parents, for bringing your youth, and youth, thank you for coming and being a part of Nebraska 4-H. And we'd definitely like to welcome back to the ring our current exhibitors and their animals. These would be our champions from our breeds that we've been selecting all afternoon. Our champion Maine Anjou heifer, exhibited by Jackson Snell of Webster County. Champion maintainer, exhibited by Adam Alfs from Fillmore County. Champion Red Angus, exhibited by Brogan Benish from Boone County. Champion Shorthorn, exhibited by Cole Bruce from Howard County. Champion Shorthorn Plus, exhibited by Chase Schwartz from Stanton County. Champion Simmental, exhibited by Isabella Ruda from Dodge County. Champion Foundation Simmental, exhibited by J.C. Schamberg from Pierce County. Your champion All Other Breeds heifer, exhibited by Ben Spencer from Buffalo County. Champion Angus heifer, exhibited by Tucker Stegmeyer from Holt County. Champion Charlet, exhibited by Addison Albers from Cumming County. Champion Composite Charlet, exhibited by Jade Paxton from Lincoln County. Champion Commercial, exhibited by Bryn Space from Kearney County. Champion Gelby Balancer, exhibited by Justine Pope from Buffalo County. Champion Hereford, exhibited by Jay Stegmeyer from Holt County. Congratulations to all of our champions. We'd like to make sure to thank Ashley Judge for evaluating all of our livestock showmanship and breeding beef classes today. Ashley is currently from Loveland, Colorado, but she's originally from California. She participated collegiately on the junior college level and is a graduate of Oklahoma State University. She was a part of a national champion team in 2014 and named High Point Individual at the Nile. And she judged the limousine show at the 2018 American Royal. Ashley's done an outstanding job for us today, and I'd like to thank her with a big round of applause. Thank you for everything, Ashley.
They tell me that I only get to pick a champion and reserve, but I really wanted to highlight the cattle that, in my mind, are at the top end of this group, and that's the 7 that I have pulled over here to the right side of the ring. Nothing to take away from the rest of these heifers, but like I said, they're only letting me pick a champion reserve, but there's more cattle here and more quality here that needs to be pulled out and talked about than just those 7. And I thought, or just those 2. And I thought that these 7 cattle represented a lot of quality out here. And when it comes down to Supreme and picking a Supreme female, in my mind, it's probably not, it's probably different for me than what it is for other people. You're not out here comparing these cattle. You're out here to pick what that animal represents for the breed that they are. And I think that these are extremely, extremely good breed representatives, and even back down here to the commercial, really good cattle. I'm not going to go back and talk through these cattle. I'm going to take a couple more looks. I guess what I want to tell you guys and say is that all of you guys that are here, showing here, the kids that are in the ring, all of you guys back here in the makeup ring, you need to go ahead and give a round of applause to the Nebraska State Fair first and foremost. In a normal year, any other time, I don't think any of us probably realize how hard it is to put on a show, let alone to have to try to put on a show with everything that is going on in the world right now. With everything that has happened this year, with all of the adversity, to not give up. To not give up and give in and just say, you know what, it'd be so much easier if we just didn't host a show this year. They did this for you guys, for your kids, for all of the youth of tomorrow and next year and all of these next generations. Because the most important thing to so many of us is standing here in this ring right now. And so you guys really, I encourage you to go and thank the people that are holding this state fair for not giving up on you and not giving up on your kids. Because I remember a time back here a couple months ago when we weren't sure that any shows were going to happen. Every single one of us didn't know if the thousands and thousands of dollars, the memory, the time spent in the barn was even going to matter this summer, especially for some of these kids who are seniors and this is their last shot. So you guys really need to go and thank these people for not giving up. You know, I probably say this on the mic too much, but it really does not matter what happens here today. It's just one person's opinion on one day. As long as you are proud of the cattle that you have raised and that you've brought, and they add value to your operation, to your breeding program, they add value to your kids' lives, that's all that really matters. Because, again, if we all like the same type and kind of cattle, what would be the point of having shows? The beauty of having shows is that everybody likes different types, different kinds, has different opinions, and that's why there'll be another show next week and the week after that and the week after that. So I encourage you guys that no matter what happens out here, to be proud of your animals, to be proud of your kids, be proud of the work and the effort that has gone into these, and proud of yourselves for not giving up. It would have been a lot easier, again, for everybody to just throw in the towel a couple months ago and say, you know what, we're going to go to the lake this summer. We're going to go have fun. We're going to go do other things. No, instead, you kept these animals in the barn, and you had faith, and you believed that no matter what, this industry, the livestock industry, was going to make it happen. And that's exactly what happened, because there's no greater industry than the livestock industry. Congratulations to all of you kids. Another round of applause for everybody. I'm going to go out and take another look and pick your champions.
And congratulations to Tucker Stegmeyer, whose champion Angus has now become the supreme champion heifer of the 2020 Nebraska State Fair. Congratulations. And your reserve champion goes to Ben Spencer with his champion All Other Breeds heifer. Congratulations to everyone in the championship drive, and thank you all for coming to the 2020 Nebraska State Fair Breeding Beef Show. We look forward to seeing you again tomorrow morning for the Market Beef Show that will start at 8 o'clock.